where trust can come back into doing business and doing investment back into Africa, I think the free market will just come in. I want to tie it back to the first question about selling Africa only as its resources. And Africa is more than that, but it starts with the resources. It starts with the idea that we need to first show through good policy that we can manage and work our resources well. And that is happening. And from there, we actually up the earning potential of the average African through having these resources. Now suddenly I've got a market that can actually afford products. Now I can start with value adding within the continent for products within Africa. And from that value adding, you can now build a base where you can actually start looking and thinking of exports. So yes, it is a very big pie, and it ties back to have good policies, having good leadership enforcing these policies, and creating trust back into doing business in Africa.
So let me give you a couple of perspectives on how an investor will look at Africa with real life example. You know, we are both a private equity firm. We do some venture capital, but we also have an investment banking, small boutique-ish investment bank. So we deal with our own capital, but also advising others where to deploy it, right? So this goes back to your question of the intra-Africa FDI. Right. Let's call it that way. Because we know the intra-Africa trade is still very small. That's been endlessly debated. I'm not going to raise it, but the FDI component has been given much less attention. So recently, maybe a year ago, we were the investment banking advisors to a major global company from the West that was looking to deploy very substantial sums, and let's call it country X in Africa. All the decisions to invest, how much to invest, was being made offshore in a G7 country, let's call it that way. The other side, there was a competitor, also owned by a company in a G7 headquarters, G7 country headquarters, but they let all the decisions be made by their African subsidiary, run by Africans. We were sitting in the middle, we can see both the decision-making process. Both are owned, the parent companies are based in highly developed industrial economies. But one, all the decisions made by people sitting offshore, understanding Africa, but making decisions sitting in their plush offices somewhere. The others, the Africans said, you know what? Investing in this country actually is worth it, despite some of the perception of risk. This one never invested. These other guys invested. They plan to invest $10 billion over the next X number of years, because the Africans' perception of the risk was very different than the guy sitting. So that's why we need more successful African multinationals or companies, because they understand the reality on the ground. The same opportunity, but if you whack calculation is done by some guy who's sitting offshore, who's set foot in Africa maybe for a safari visit, or they think they have business in Africa, but colored by their view of the world, whereas the same company letting the Africans make the decisions, and they're starting to become already very successful in this business. And I also now add the Chinese element. I mean, listen, as I said, I live in Washington. The perception of an American investor about Africa is completely different than the Chinese. You now wonder why China is the largest FDI investor in Africa, when the US and the Europeans used to be the number one. Cumulatively, China has already. They see the same opportunity or the same risk, and China decides they want to play the long game. We do. I mean, we tap global investors for the investments that we bring in. We also obviously tap in people here in the Gulf, because there's a lot of excess capital. The same thing, by the way, with all due respect to where we are, they have excess capital. Their sovereign wealth funds alone are in the hundreds of billions of dollars. They're very wealthy people. But the amount deployed by the GCC countries, the 6 of them combined, compared to their wealth, is a fraction of what they could and they should. All right? So I think these are the kinds of connections we need to make. But we need more successful African stories. I always use, I know I'm biased, I always use Ethiopian Airlines as an example.
No bias whatsoever.
Okay. An indigenous, African-owned, 100% African-operated, $5 billion multinational company, now amongst the 25 largest airlines in the world.
Right.
In fact, last year was the only profitable airline in the world.
Yep.
And probably the only airline in the world that didn't get a bailout. We need more of those, the MTNs of this world, whatever comes out of Nigeria or Ghana. When you have those, the rise of China lifted Southeast Asia initially. Now it's lifting the rest of the world. If we have our version of China anchored on the coast of the East Coast, the South and the West, and maybe in somewhere in the center, then actually when we talk about FDI, it will be intra-Africa FDI, which will actually start driving the growth. And that's what we're focusing on, by the way. And the other thing is, of course, for investors, chase the money. Okay? Don't go against the wind. When we go into countries, we first look at what is the country, what's the government's policy? What's the growth plan? Finally, just a very positive note, there's plenty of capital now going into African technology, especially fintech.
Right.
In fact, we were, because we are actually a large investor in a fintech company. If we want to exit today, I think we'll do 10x, 15x. That's fine. But technology is now attracting, I think yesterday or somewhere they were talking about unicorns being created in Africa. That's a good sign. If we can replicate that, and there's no reason not to, in other sectors in Africa, agro-processing, for example. It may not sound as sexy as technology, but that's also a huge area. So my point is the bridging of the gap between the risk and what's being deployed also should be seen who's making the decisions to invest or not, okay? The Asians, especially the Chinese, have a completely different view of Africa, and they're playing the long game, whereas a US CEO is looking at his quarterly EPS, his annual bonus tied to targets if he's reached valuations of X, because he may not. The average tenure of a Fortune 500 CEO is 3 years. He's not going to think like the Chinese 5 or 10 years. He doesn't have. So we need to change that perception, that mindset, that their performance bonuses, and the same with the private equity business. If I apply the same model that I have to deploy capital in the United States or Europe, I would never, ever invest in Africa. So a PE fund or investment fund like ours, because we're primarily Africa fund. Yes, we raise money here in the US and Europe and in Asia, but we tell everybody, you're in for the long haul, okay? But if you do, here's your IRR, which is higher than what you would get in the United States or in Europe. So those are the kinds of connections we need to make, practical things, for us to get more FDI, more investments. And then the intra-Africa thing, we need more success stories of indigenous African companies, the Dangotes of this world, the Ethiopian Airlines, the MTNs. When we have more of those, this kinds of discussion we're having today is, boy, there's too many cash coming into Africa as opposed to there's too little of it, okay?
I want to...
Sorry, can I please have someone mic Uday, our other panelist? If you can just go with this on the side, and you can join us up here, please. Thank you, sorry.
I just want to, you mentioned the China element. So we need to find a way that the money that comes into Africa stays in Africa. There's a lot of, I've previously, about 10 years ago, I worked a lot within the NGO space. And what I've seen is there was a lot of bailouts, handouts, grants that communities received, and literally in the very next day, the money was spent, all of it, out of the community again. And the businesses or people that came into the community come under the premise and say, listen, but we give these people access to goods. We give them access to clothes. We give them access to what? So all these grants and money and funding that came into this community, literally the next day it was all out again. And that money didn't stay in that community, and that community stayed in poverty until today. So the only way that you can keep the money in that community, that it starts trading within that community, is if these guys are not that present anymore, and there's a demand for products that is coming within the community. And at a larger scale, that is what I think needs to happen within the African context. Investment and money that is coming in needs to somehow stay here. It cannot come in through a development project to pay people and pay this, but then I come in with these products and just take it all out again. We need to start putting processes, factories, SMEs, and all that in place, that the money can exchange hands within Africa.
And I think that's interesting, because I think that goes to what John was talking about earlier around having more successful African companies. Because if you have more successful African enterprises, then the money will work for itself, right? And also the risk premium goes down a little bit. Let me introduce our panelist, Uday. Uday is a senior partner at Tradeways, which is an emerging markets focused strategic firm. Working a lot in Southeast Asia and the Middle East and Africa. And also happens to be a good friend of mine. Hi, Uday, how are you? Good to see you.
Thank you. Thank you,
So just to catch you up real quick, and then through into the fire as well. We're talking a lot about how do you de-risk Africa and demystify the continent. And one of the recurring things is around, a couple of things that are emerging. One of them is around this delta between perception and reality, right? And how do you bridge that gap? We've also now, we've talked a little bit about, as you just probably heard, around making sure that we have, one of the ways to decrease the delta is around making sure you have more successful African companies, and that Africans are making decisions, a part of the decision-making process. And something also that's emerging is around this conversation around perhaps we need to ensure that we have, we need to understand our audience a bit better. If the average tenure of a Fortune 500 company is 3 years, whereas the person who's running, you know, Huawei or some company in China is looking at a 15-year gig, the way you pitch that investment is also slightly different. We've also talked a bit about sort of the local context of this stuff, right? How do you make sure that money stays in communities to work for communities? How do you also make sure that you're managing supply chains in terms of purchasing of raw materials and inputs for production manufacturing? From your perspective, you've done a lot of work on the continent, working with the likes of, you know, of Team and other big boys and girls like that. What are some of the opportunities that you see coming across the continent from your perspective? And how do we leverage those opportunities in a slightly different way than we have been so far? And if there isn't a different way, we keep doing what we're doing, that's also fine. But if you to say a start, stop, begin, from your perspective, how would you define that? How would you contextualize that from your investment experience?
No, thanks, Isaac. So look, I think from, so there are a couple of points to talk about is, right, how do you know, where are the opportunities, and then how do you make sure that you capitalize on them? I think the opportunities are abound, because I think if you compared Africa in terms of, in any segment, apart from, I suppose, a few, and I'll talk about that in a second, actually Africa lags behind you know, most of the other emerging market peers, whether it's infrastructure development, whether it is healthcare, whether it is modern trade, and which means that the opportunity to invest and actually catch up and therefore increase the rate of growth is significant across all the markets that at least we cover in emerging markets. And I think the problem that we have is one of perception. I think, you know, we've advised a number of strategic investors from this part of the world going into Africa in different segments. The problem is first educating the guys that actually, look, it's not so bad. And when you get there, and again, I'm biased, I'm from Kenya, but I can tell you that our regulatory regime, our judicial system is as good as possibly any other emerging market. But people don't understand that, people don't see it, and therefore there's that inherent risk, there's that inherent premium that people demand. And I hear what you were saying earlier actually is the risk-reward equation is significant. And I think it's just from an education perspective, there's no capital, there's no liquidity. So at the back end, from a private equity investor to go and make the 25% IRR return, there is no liquidity for him to do it. So I think it's the development of capital markets, the development of simply education, the showcase of success stories. And you've talked about Dangote, you've talked about Ethiopian Airlines, M-Pesa and Safaricom. I mean, those guys have leaped ahead of everybody globally. And those are the guys that I think we need to talk about more. I think we need to showcase more. We need to export that talent to other parts of the world so that they can understand, actually, it's not such a bad place to invest.
Quick plug on what you guys are talking about. Is Paulo Gomez in the audience by any chance? I think I saw Paulo. Paulo, can you just tell us just a little bit about what Afro Champions is doing as it relates to this conversation of African champions and building local African champions, if you don't mind just sharing just a little bit of that, since we're sharing success stories and what's working.
Yes, thank you, Isaac. Well, I think we have used basically some of the example that you have mentioned. So at some point we reach a decision that is it possible to help create champions? How do you replicate the Ethiopian airline experience? Do you have the regulatory market system to do that? And I think we realize that you need to be proactive. And people will tell you otherwise that you shouldn't do it because you are picking the winners. So we had one first experience, which is Askai Airline. It is a West African airline operating from Lomé. With the death of Air Afrique, who was a kind of the integrated airline in West Africa among essentially the Francophone countries. So there was no planes to fly around Africa, West Africa at least. So with the founder of EcoBank, one of the founders of EcoBank, he has gathered us, and we decided to set up a new airline that we call Africa Sky, it was ASKY. So we did the whole classical business plan and everything. And then at some point we say, okay, how to make sure that you operate this properly? So some of our colleagues were saying, let's go and find South African airline, but they were struggling with many problems in South Africa. So I was basically one pushing back the idea of South African airline. I love my brothers from South Africa, but I was very skeptical about their company. I think we end up being right. So what we did, we went straight to the jugular. We went to Ethiopia and spoke to the Ethiopians. We say, guys, why don't you come and join us to set up at least a West African airline to replicate your model? So they were very cautious. Our brothers from Ethiopia, they think twice about some of the things. And then, after back and forth traveling to Ethiopia, they finally agree. And then they came with 30% of the shareholding. We got some of the banks in the region. Fast forward, this airline has been now for almost 12 years operating. Actually, last year they make a little bit of money, a net income of close to $1 million. And is operating as a West African airline. I was telling someone yesterday, they're not going to serve you caviar and foie gras in a 1-hour flight. It's not Air France, but extremely safe, reliable. So this is an example of going against the fragmentation mindset in Africa. It's possible to do, as you mentioned with Ethiopian Airlines. So we say, okay, can we do this in more sectors? Can we do it in agro-processing? Can we do it in health sector? Because at the end of the day, our main problem is the fragmentation of our market and fragmentation of our countries. Yeah. In a normal situation, you cannot have 55 countries in a continent like Africa. It doesn't make sense. But, the mistake was made in Berlin. And they fragmented the countries. Now, if you want to change the borders, you're going to end up having Ukraine-Russia scenario, and we don't want that. So the Afro Champion has decided now to institutionalize that experience. So we decided to create and say, we'll go around the world, around Africa, push with entrepreneurs to create those champions. And the chairman So I'm the co-chairman, but the honorary chairman of the Afro-Champion is the president of Obasanjo, the former president of Nigeria, who has the courage when he was president to do that. And people were criticizing him to say, oh, you are picking the winner. Why are you trying to create Dangote? Why are you creating access? But it's working. And obviously there's risk. There's always risk of corruption by putting people together to set up a company. But I think if you bring a good operator to engage with that company early on, as it happened with ASCAI, I think the chance of success is very big. So in few words, that was the experience, and we're inviting people to join us to push this agenda, because we believe by pushing it will bring more drivers to regional integration, because regional integration will not happen only with institutional entities like the ECA and African Union. They will do their job, but the real driver of regional integration will be African companies, African multinationals. We have to multiply the MTNs, Dangote and others, as much as we can.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that. Sam, let me throw this back to you. Post-COVID, in terms of opportunities, has anything changed? And we've mentioned some of the opportunities, agro-processing, you mentioned fintech. Are there emerging opportunities that investors should keep an eye out for on the continent as you look around the continent? And perhaps, Uday, you can also chime in on that question.
Right, so it's not just COVID that there's a lot of change going on in mindsets around the world. Part of it is COVID, but there's something pre-COVID, certainly in the United States, this nationalistic feeling that was manifested, but it was already in the background when Donald Trump came to power. Essentially says, we need to onshore back to the US manufacturing, which will never happen, by the way. But that tone is now across the board. I mean, the US just passed a law saying 75% of US government procurements, all US government procurements going forward, 75% must be made in the United States. This is the most industrialized economy in the world, essentially turning the globalization agenda on its head. So yes, COVID accelerated that, because as you know, a lot of countries now are protecting their industries. A lot of things are now considered strategic, so you have to build it in your own country. So Africa has no choice but to respond to that. Because remember, we are supposed to be benefiting from globalization, where American manufacturing, European manufacturing, other things were supposed to be offshore to us. That will still continue, but not maybe on the scale. So we need to be prepared. What COVID has accelerated, by the way, at least we are heavy investors in technology. What we've seen is because of COVID, the healthcare scare, we see a lot of technologies being deployed across Africa in e-government, especially in the healthcare space. We just saw that manufacturing of COVID vaccines are now happening, are going to take place in South Africa and Kenya and other places. That has a spillover effect of other things. So what you're going to start seeing is, hopefully, at least from a mindset, because the mindset is the first step before the implementation. A lot of things, hopefully, Africa will say we need to produce it locally ourselves. Okay, not from very far. But I wanted to add something which probably, maybe you discussed it yesterday, and I follow this myself as well. We need to tap into the African diaspora. We are making rich countries richer by living and contributing to the wealth creation that they don't need. So as Africans in the AU and others, in our firm, I'll be honest with you, even when I was running one of the big global Big Four firms, I made sure we brought African diaspora into Africa. I think there are some people who went to HBS. I mean, I've spoken at the Harvard Business School. It amazes me every year that how many talented Africans that are at HBS or the Wharton School and others, very few of them come back. That talent is something we need to bring back. Okay, that's what Africa, for this transformation we're talking about. I mean, our firm employs a lot of them in various fields. Remember the risk analysis I talked to you about earlier? Some of the Africans who've made that big $10 billion investment decision are ex-Harvard MBAs and educated in the UK and other places, but with the African mindset. And they combine those two. That's what we need to do, is tap into the diaspora. Beyond the remittances that they send, which we're all happy, we need more actually their talent than as equally, or if not more importantly, than the remittance. Okay? So these are just some of the things we need to focus on. The final point, yes, we talked about risk perception and all that, but Africa also, we have to take responsibilities for the reforms that need to happen, that needs to be sustained, making it easier to do business in Africa than it is in Asia or Europe or the United States. And it is doable, but it has to go beyond lip service. I mean, I know the World Bank no longer publishes that the ease of doing business ranking because of their own internal problem. But if you look at the last report from 18 months ago, 2 years ago, the bottom half of that ranking was occupied by African countries. So we, with all the opportunities, if we believe in us as I do, then the reforms and the changes, the macroeconomic stabilities and all the other things that investors are looking for, because we all have a checklist. Everybody has pretty much a standard checklist. We have to pass those. We talk a lot of beautiful things about Africa, but if we don't see the substance on the ground, the reforms, as I said, I am very happy to see AFCFTA passed. Big deal. We do a lot of airlines, let me tell you, just as an example. The Africa Free Skies was passed many years ago. Even today, you have to have a bilateral air service agreement to fly from country X to country Y within Africa. Even though the agreement is so these are the practical things. And these are African. I mean, that's why 80% of African air travel is done by non-African carriers. We've killed all our airlines because of these burdens. So we also have, as Africans, as I said, we can rag on foreigners, Westerners and Asians, maybe they don't invest as much, but we also have to take responsibility for the reforms that is needed, because the investors have to have the returns. Part of it is pension funds and sovereign wealth funds, fiduciary responsibilities people like us have, but even the multinationals. So it's our responsibility to do the reforms and show in substance.
Thanks. I completely agree, and you know, I just go back, and there are a few seconds left, but I'll just go back and just sort of say what happened before COVID and after COVID. I think COVID obviously has an impact across various sectors. I sit on a hospitality board, and we've been hit terribly. But even beyond that, I think fundamentally, Africa has the resources, it has the people, it has the market. Does it have the intent is the question, and the intent comes from people, and I think it does. I think what we don't have is reform, and I think the Africa Free Trade Agreement will be great, etc. But even internally, we need to have the intent to improve governance. I think the leapfrogging of technologies helping people, mobiles, etc., so people are more empowered, so governance change is happening, people are more accountable. That's what needs to change. And I think when that changes, and it is changing, we'll get to where we are. And just a quick plug, for Dubai, where we are today. I mean, we're sitting in this amazing place. I mean, what does Dubai really have? It had the leadership, it had the vision, it had the intent, and it had the governance. Now, we have everything else. So we can get that and put that together with what we have. There's no stopping where we're going, I think.
Thank you. Unfortunately, we're out of time, so I'm going to have to give the last word to you, Humphrey.
No, thank you. I fully agree. The thought that is running in my head is that Africa needs heroes. We need leaders. We need people we can look up to. We need people in whose footsteps we can follow, that can lead us in a place in success. I think we need to learn from what we've done in the past, and we need to apply those learnings, and we can grow anywhere do we want to. I mean, as he mentioned, Africa's got everything going for it.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much for your time this morning. I think just a quick takeaway, a couple of 3 or 4 things that I learned from this awesome panel. First of all, we need to decrease the perception gap, but as was just said, that also falls on us. No one can tell your story better than yourselves. So let's tell our story better. Let's not let others define our story for us. I think there's also a theme around there's a lot of liquidity out there, trillions of dollars sitting out there. We need to find ways to tell the story to match it. I think a lot of times we tell the story from a perception of allowing the person doing the funding to define the conditions for us. And I think we have agency in that conversation. And I think harnessing that agency for our own benefit is also very helpful. And then finally, African champions and African heroes. We need success stories. We need to amplify those conversations. My father always says to me, if you don't have something nice to say, don't say anything. so I think the same thing goes for all of these things. You know, let's talk about the people doing amazing things. Let's celebrate them. They're not without flaws, but let's celebrate them. And the more we celebrate them, the more light will shine on the other things that we need to do on the continent. Thank you so much for listening and being part of this. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great.
The audience, I'm going to ask you to give them a slightly louder round of applause if you would oblige me. Thank you very much. Thank you, gentlemen. That was most informative. Really enjoyed listening to that. Our panel was demystifying or discussing demystifying and de-risking doing business in Africa from a CEO's perspective. Now, ladies and gentlemen, you get an opportunity to talk about some of this content over a coffee break. I'm inclined to tell you that the break is for 2 minutes. I can get you back in this room in 15 minutes time. So let's work with African timelines for today, shall we? You've got a 10-minute coffee break, which means technically I need you back in the room in 15 minutes, if you don't mind. We'll see you all after the break. And for those of you seeking translation, Arabic and French translations are available for today's content. Please speak to some of the ground staff if you'd like to get hooked up to that. We'll see you in 10/15.
To all sponsors, partners, and delegates,
30 across 44 countries in Africa that are eligible for BADEA interventions. To execute its development mandate, BADEA operates multiple business windows, including trade finance, private sector project finance, public sector project finance, capacity development and SMA support, trade and private sector development for growth and job creation. One of BADEA's 2030 strategy focusing areas, private sector financing. BADEA intervention in the private sector in Africa aims at provision of funding facilities to projects that promotes private sector-led economic growth, job creation, and transfer of knowledge and technology that are necessary for sustainable development of African economies. Trade finance. BADEA intervention in trade finance in Africa aims at supporting exports from Arab League member countries to eligible African countries, promotion of Arab Africa and Africa Arab, trade flows, supporting exports of African commodities, targeting both African and international markets, and supporting financial integration across Africa. Over the years, BADEA has proven to be a trusted partner to Africa, as much as being an anchor of the Arab-African Partnership success story. BADEA's footprint is easily noticeable across the continental in all development sectors through its successful operations in private sector project finance and trade finance, as well as its successful projects in the public sector, covering infrastructure and agriculture areas. This is beside the technical assistance operations to enhance the Africans' capacities in various disciplines. BADEA, more than 45 years in promoting Arab-African cooperation.
Africa-India Economic Foundation, a grand vision to initiate collaboration between Africa and India in harnessing knowledge in all its forms for the growth, development and prosperity of Africa and India, especially through the private sector and vibrant MSMEs present in India. It also strengthens the bond based on common ideas, common ethnic beliefs, and to engage young generation in the world driven by social media. This would be the greatest collaboration for the future development of Africa, where the Indian experience and expertise in the field of utilization of natural resources, mining, industrial development, commerce, technology, know-how, IT and IT-enabled services, and healthcare can create great value, thereby benefiting the entire African continent.
The genesis of AIEF started with techno-economic approach for Africa-India movement, Team 9, by the co-founders. The success of Team 9
gave birth to a larger vision, Africa-India Economic Foundation. The initiative of Africa-India Economic Foundation was welcomed and supported by the African Union in their AU Summit 2020 on the 6th and 7th of February 2020 at Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. Africa-India Economic Foundation, to be a platform for the private sector and MSMEs to promote knowledge, technology, industry, trade, commerce, and investments between Africa and India. Africa-India Economic Foundation has signed an MOU with USI SME at New York in the august presence of President of United Nations General Assembly, His Excellency Dr. Abdullah Shahid. In the sidelines of Dubai Expo 2020, we have also signed an MOU with Government of Maharashtra to bring cooperation and collaboration with the industries and MSME sector from the state of Maharashtra and Africa. Africa-India Economic Foundation proposes to develop an exclusive, state-of-the-art iconic building in India with one floor for each African country, with all amenities such as conference centers, auditoriums, convention halls, meeting rooms, and museums. The time has come for Africa-India to unite for transformative growth that strengthens not only industrial development, trade and commerce, but also exchange of ideas, which will include culture, education, holistic well-being, and sustainable planet. Welcome to the dawn of a new era in the history of Africa and India.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The session will now begin.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for those of you who observed time and made my day by being back in the room as requested. My name is Mutanya Ndoro, your MC for the day. We have started off our day 2 of this CEO roundtable, really trying to demystify what the risk in Africa is, what the African market is inviting investors to consider as it is open for business. This is all part of us leveraging the AU Agenda 2063, a theme that we explored in great detail yesterday. Now, with you pumped up with caffeine, you get to smile because we've got the fun people coming on stage now. We're talking to the creatives. We are talking to what some call the alternative industries. Creative industries, obviously, is quite a big space across the continent and one that perhaps isn't as tapped into as it ought to. So the next panel discussion is entitled Ticket to Recovery, Investing in Non-Traditional Sectors, and we're looking specifically at tourism, the creative industries, and fashion. To lead that discussion, if you could please join me in welcoming Ms. Leslie Richer, Director of Communication and Information at the African Union. Leslie, welcome to the stage.
Good morning, good afternoon. Can you hear me? I think you're all excited to be part of this particular session. Welcome to all of you. Before I invite the panelists, it's just to give you a sense of what we're going to be discussing today. When you look around you, before I invite them, what do you think is the creative industry? Maybe I can just ask 2 people from the audience. To you, what is the creative industry? Anybody brave enough to answer? I see some hands. I see a gentleman there. Just shout it out. I don't know if we'll be able to get a mic to you. Just shout out your answer. Microphone. There's no mic. Just shout out your answer. Yes? Yes. I just want to know what you think is the creative industry. Just 5 seconds.
Hello. Yes, we are one of those that people do not take like serious people. That's the truth of the matter. People do not take us like serious people.
So for you,
because of the kind of things we do, we don't do things that are normal, like the way we dress, the music we listen to, the kind of food we eat, our lifestyle generally. But we contribute so much to the GDP of any economy.
Thank you. Somebody else? So I think it's very important that when we speak about the creative industry, we are aware of what we're talking about. The branding behind me is the creative industry. The chairs that we're sitting on, that is artistic expression. Even the lighting, the lady and the gentleman you see behind the camera, that's part of the creative industry. And even for those of you who are sports fans, it has actually gone into entertainment. So the creative industry is expansive. This is an industry that generates annually revenues of US dollars 2.25 trillion, and that is old data from 2019. That shows you the size of the industry. It employs more people between the age of 15 and 30 globally than any other sector. So this is a sector that we have to take seriously. And to help me in this discussion, I'm going to invite the panelists. First, I'd like to invite Mr. Derek Ashong, who is the CEO of AMP Global Technologies. Derek, welcome on stage.
Oh, y'all can do better than that. Come now, now. It's okay. This is the entertainment people. It's all good.
Next on stage is Mr. Munya Chanetsa, who is the A&R lead for Sony Music Publishing and the creator of Masters of the Industry. Moti. Next on stage, I have the pleasure to introduce Ms. Freda Isingoma, CEO of Kisa LLC, and most importantly, She's also a venture capitalist and actually works for Octopus Investments, which is the largest venture capitalist in the UK. And last but not least, Mr. Samo Onyemelukwe, who is the CEO of Trace Anglophone and Global Business Development. Thank you all for joining me today. I'm sure you're very excited to change the impressions about the creative industry. And I believe for all the panelists who've been here before, speaking about the narratives about the continent, about what we should be thinking about in terms of investing in the continent, this industry is responsible for changing the narrative. So they can actually help you solve a lot of your problems if we actually engage them. So moving on swiftly, welcome again. And I think I'll just move ahead and start with the questions for today. And Mr. Ashong, CEO of AMP Global Technologies. COVID-19 disrupted the creative industry. Yes. And I think we were able to see a lot of people adjust the ways of working. But in terms of the impact on the industry, in your opinion, how did it impact the sector? And what do you see is the role of technology in the future of this sector?
It's a wonderful question. There's a lot that I could say on this, so I'll try to be brief.
Yes.
In the first approximately 6 weeks of the major lockdown in 2020, you saw internet usage around the world go up by about 70%. And much of that usage was driven by teleconferencing. You know, we've all been in these Zoom calls 24/7. But a lot of it was driven by content consumption, particularly streaming, video, television, music, the whole nine. And we saw all of a sudden this industry where you'd had a predominance of advertising dollars going into broadcast media, all of a sudden switch where the predominance was going into digital media. Mm-hmm. So an industry that people saw as potential became realized virtually overnight. People were stuck at home. What were they going to do? They're going to consume content. Now, interestingly, while you had that 70% rise across the world in internet usage, in Africa, you saw that the high-speed mobile penetration at the time was still stuck at around 7%. Mm-hmm. And this is because we pay about 5 times more than anywhere else in the world for our mobile internet access. At the same time, you also find, if you look at GSMA data, that one of the primary drivers that encourages people to move from traditional feature phone, 2G, et cetera, into high-speed 3G, 4G plus ecosystems was content consumption. Mm-hmm. So one of the opportunities for technology, particularly in the African ecosystem, is looking at how do you facilitate this relationship between the content creator, the content consumer, and advertisers to actually create an ad-supported mobile ecosystem. I'll say one more thing to put it in context, and then I'll pause. If you think about the most successful technologies in the history of media and entertainment, I would argue that television and radio stand far above anything else, way before internet. Why are they so ubiquitous? Because historically, you would buy the box, and then the content came for free. When it comes to the mobile sector, at least in Africa, we have a difficult circumstance because you're buying the box and it's pricey, a smartphone. Then you're paying for the mobile data access where you're paying 5 times more than the rest of the planet. Mm-hmm. Then you also have to buy your Netflix subscription in order to access the expensive mobile data on the pricey box you already paid for. By this time, no wonder we don't have the level of penetration we could. Mm-hmm. If you were to consider ad-supported models around mobile data, around telephony, that encourages people to engage in our content ecosystems, those ecosystems can actually be massively monetizable at a much lower cost and risk profile than much of the stuff we think of when we traditionally invest in development. Mm-hmm. So my argument would be, we should look at the sectors that are adjacent, mm-hmm. and how can technology facilitate mass adoption of our cultural products.
Well said. What we have in our hands is also the future. Mm-hmm. So I think you've actually put it in a very apt manner, and thank you very much. Looking at you, yeah. I know you're very nervous, Mr. Munya. He was dancing behind stage, and I didn't allow him to dance onto stage. But Mr. Munya Chanetsa, as I said in the beginning, is the founder of Masters of Industry, and he also works at Sony Music Publishing.
Correct.
Now, this is very important when we speak about the industry, creative rights. This is a major issue in terms of the players in the industry. How do we actually create a sector that protects the intellectual property rights of players in the sector? And how do we see the industry actually come into play with the other participants in this sector to ensure that we can protect our intellectual property and trademark the content and all other products of the industry?
All right, perfect. Thank you for your question. So when it comes to intellectual property, currently we have got the institutions that we call collection management organizations. These organizations are responsible for doing basically three things. They license the intellectual property rights of their members, the members being the creatives. They're meant to then collect the royalties and make sure these royalties are distributed accordingly to the correct rights holders. In the same vein, they're also what we call publishers. The role of a publisher is, again, to do three things. Number one is to protect your rights as a writer, being a songwriter or a composer, to make sure that no one samples your works without compensating or you granting them permission. The second thing they do, much like the CMO, actually hand in hand with the CMO, is they make sure that you get your royalties. The correct royalties go to the correct rights holder. And the third thing is to make sure that we keep you busy. We find you more opportunities globally around the world. If someone is looking for a songwriter, someone's looking for a producer, and the like. So these institutions exist. However, it's a very gray area, actually. People really do not understand, and people across the board, the creatives, and I'm sure many of you I'm speaking to in the crowd. So it's almost a situation where what good is it being told that there's a horse and the food that you need to get is over there, but you don't explain to people how to ride the horse. So now what ends up happening? People get hungry and they'll end up eating the horse. and that's literally what is happening. And now that leads back now, for me, this leads to education or lack of education and understanding within this industry. What is really needed is investment within the training of not actually our creatives. In actual fact, we need to invest in a new layer of people, which are business-minded people within our industry. We have to invest in training courses, or webinars, seminars, actual formal education, so that people really start understanding the importance of this industry and what it can do for a country, for a continent. I'll speak from a South African context. In South Africa, in 2019, pre-COVID, the CCI contributed 84.3 billion rand to the GDP. In South Africa, the job creation, it's about 1.14 million people have jobs due to the CCI. And please note, this is really with minimal support. But this is what is being. So now imagine if we had the correct support. Imagine we treated the export of, let's say, one of the biggest, most popular genres in the world right now, amapiano, that came from South Africa. Imagine we treated it like the way we treat coal. Imagine if we treated it like that, we'd be talking a very different story currently. Countries like Ghana have actually recognized the importance of this. That's why in December, Ghana is booming. It has become the destination. And this is largely and this is largely due to the fact of genres such as Afrobeat and Amapiano. There are properties, one in particular called Afro Nation, that hosts a festival in Portugal every year. Obviously, COVID, but every year they were hosting an event, and during that time, the influx of people, the floodgates open. We're starting to see countries like the US, for example. There's an award show in Nigeria called the Headies. The Headies is now being recognized to the point, for the first time, the Headies are going to be now hosted in the US because they've recognized something, they've seen something. And what they're going to do, they're going to make it easy for Africans also to travel, visas and the like. That's going to be a very easy process. But we're seeing all of this happening outside. However, inside, things are not working as they should be. This sector, it really is a commodity. It's a cultural commodity that we need to recognize. And if I have to go back again to the collection management organizations, as I said, I mentioned what their jobs and their role is, to license the IP, to collect the royalties, and to make sure it goes to the correct person. Currently, there's a brain drain in Africa. And this is mostly due to, there's a lot of restrictions and regulations that are imposed by government on the CMOs. And I wish that we were in a space where we were allowed to actually do what we do, since we understand the day-to-day running of it. And because of this now, this brain drain, what ends up happening? All our big acts, they end up signing their IP to foreign CMOs in other countries because they're unable to monetize here. So basically, in conclusion to your question, we basically just need to take this industry very seriously.
Thank you. I was listening to you as I was also trying to prepare the next question for Frida, and I think this is actually very apt because you said this industry is a cultural commodity. Yeah. And so when I move on to Frida, because your organization is actually on the forefront of trying to position art as a form of investment, wealth creation, wealth engagement, wealth enhancement. So, and we've actually also seen that there's been a growing interest in African art, and even the value that is being now given to African art has actually risen in the global sphere. So I think the next question then would be, what more do we need to do to enhance the visibility of art as an investment, as an alternative form of wealth creation, and then how do we increase the value of African art as an investment?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you very much, Leslie. I'd like to sort of say that it's wonderful to have visual arts take the stage with the creative economy, because usually when there are conversations at the strategic level about the creative economy in Africa, visual arts is not invited. So I'm really happy to be here. And let me start off by saying art is an asset. And when a lot of people, particularly on the continent, talk about art, they think about the pretty pictures on the roadside, maybe the masks sold in the market, or even a poster from IKEA. So what we need to do is change that perception and really start changing the language about art. Art is an asset, and it means many things. It has cultural equity. So when we talk about cultural equity in Africa, art is a very powerful form of storytelling. It tells our story, it narrates our history, it tells our contemporary stories. I mean, if we look at the fight for repatriation of African art at the moment, if we want it back because it told the story of our kingdoms, it told the stories about our religions even back in the day, and that's why it means a lot to us. The contemporary art also tells a story. It tells a story of our issues today. It narrates us as Africans as we are living in Africa and in the diaspora. So we need to understand that. But art is an asset itself from an investment point of view for 4 main reasons. First of all, it's lowly correlated to the performance of normal assets that you would see today that everybody recognizes, which is shares and bonds. The performance is completely lowly correlated to that. It's also a tangible asset, and tangible assets can be easily traded. That's one thing. But also, if you look at the performance of art over a 25-year period, it's actually outperformed the FTSE, it's outperformed the S&P, it's outperformed the MSI index, whether you're looking at it from the World MSI index to even regional. And that makes it an asset. But from an African point of view as well, it's a powerful diversification because it can be used as hedging, and hedging from currency to inflation. We know we live in countries where there is volatile currency as well as high inflation. Art can literally be a powerful tool against that, which is why very few, but some corporates in Africa are actually starting to build art collections. Now, when we look at the African context and how we can increase the value, I always shut down people when they talk about, oh, but African art is rising, the meteoric rise of African art. When you look at the global statistics, that tells me the story. Data will always tell you the story that you need to know, not the one that you want to listen to. We need to know that if, from an art point of view, in terms of assets, it's worth $7 trillion. There is $7 trillion worth of art assets out there in the world. In terms of global sales, it's around 60 billion a year. Africa, with its 54 countries, is less than 1% of that figure. The people that dominate that, the countries that dominate that are the US with around 44%, China with around 20%, and the UK with around 20%. Now, we can't even refute some of those statistics because we have no data in Africa. But the truth is we're looking at very, very, very tiny figures. So although some artists are performing well, and it's nice to use those anecdotes when you come and talk about African art doing well, the truth is, actually, we need to tell a different story. And the story can be told not just by making artists visible, because what we've done in Africa, like the infrastructure panel talked about yesterday, is we've got money leaking out of Africa all the time. Munia also spoke to that. The same is happening in visual arts. 99% of our established artists are represented by Western galleries. Britain at the moment is offering, when we talk about brain drain, there's a talent drain. Britain is offering, there's a scheme called the Global Visa Scheme, where they've reached out to visual artists on the continent and offered them visas to come and tax incentives to come and produce works in the UK. But our governments don't recognize that. So they're not able to stop that. It's happening right now, and it's happening in West Africa, and they're going to spread that across Africa. We need to understand where the leaks in our system are. So when we talk about, so what we're doing is we're promoting our visual artists, and actually we're laying ourselves bare for our artists to be recognized. They look to us. There's so many times I'm invited to panels and they say, Frida, which artists are you interested in? And before I know it, then they're approaching those artists. So we offer them, you know, that opportunity to come and search in Africa because they don't do the work in Africa. A majority of them haven't even stepped in Africa. So a lot of these artists are now represented abroad, and some of these artists, some of these managers of galleries wouldn't even recognize the artists if they walked past them on the street. But they'll happily ship their work to London and sell out a show. We need to look at our ecosystem. If we're going to increase the value of our art, we need to understand that we need to build an ecosystem that is actually functional, sustainable, and profitable. That way, we retain the talent on the ground, but we also become owners of our cultural equity, but also market makers of our cultural equity. Because our artists are being represented in the West, they can say to us, African art is a trend, don't worry, it will disappear in a couple of years. It might, because it's been trendy before. It was trendy 20 years ago, it disappeared. It came back 10 years ago, it disappeared again. Now, it just might be a trend, but we need to stop that happening. If we invest in our ecosystem, we are not a trend, we're here to stay. African art has been informing Western art movements for centuries. Everybody talks about Picasso, but it's not just Picasso that stole African art and basically copied what we have. There are all sorts of other artists, from modern US movements to German expressionism. I mean, I could go on. They're artists that I've always admired that literally took their inspiration from African art. But none of that is in the art canon. It's not recognized because we actually don't own our narrative. If we build our ecosystem, we own our narrative, we own our cultural equity, we start determining what that value is.
Thank you very much. Very well said. And I think she's also highlighted a very important aspect of the resource drain in terms of human resource drain. We normally focus on academic, you know, we think about the academics that we're losing, we think about medical, sending our nurses, And now we realize that also in terms of culture, we are losing out in terms of cultural drain. So very well said, and I think that's also a challenge to other players in the sectors and also to policymakers in terms of how can we address this and stem it. Moving on to Samo Onyemelukwe, and very closely linked to what the rest of the panel has said in terms of the growth that we are also seeing. And this is largely related to the music industry. We see that African music, you mentioned it, Amapiano is growing, bongo flavor music, and Afrobeats is growing around the world. And Trace TV has played a role in making sure that African artists have the global platform. But I think the question then becomes, if we are creating a platform where African artists are well known around the world, what is the industry doing and what are companies like yours doing to make sure that all players in the industry actually benefit and we're not losing that revenue to international markets, but it's being invested back on the continent?
Thank you so much. It's interesting as I hear my fellow panelists answer some of the questions. I think that the fact is CCI, the creative industries, some of the issues that we face are not so different than many of the other industries, often around narrative, understanding. We talked about the narrative of Africa, which, as you said, the creative industry is a key to helping change the narrative. And for Trace, we have about 28 channels that broadcast around the world in 180 countries. We have over 350 million viewers. We represent a sizable chunk of the lovers of African culture or Afro cultures or inspired by. And one of our key focuses is doing exactly what you said, Leslie, is around making sure that the value chain, that all players in the value chain are engaged and able to monetize their work. And this speaks to what Munya was talking about around intellectual property protections. But the challenge is that we, just like other industries, cannot do this all on our own. We desperately need the support of and the interaction with regulators. From the continental perspective, a lot has been done by the African Union to try and drive some of these. In fact, last year was the year of the creative industries, or I think it was arts and creative industries. So as we engage the African Union, but the challenge, the additional challenge that comes to the creative industry is that on a country-by-country basis, there needs to be the proper regulation in place and engagement with government to not only make sure that regulation is in place and enforced, but that there is investment behind that. The amazing thing about the creative industry is that obviously a kid on the street can be the most creative guy and produce a little TV show or paint the most incredible pictures or so on, but yet some of the world's largest corporations are media and entertainment businesses, right? I mean, and Derek talked about ad-supported, and when we talk about Google and Facebook, which are really media businesses based on advertising. So let me stitch together, because I'm talking quite broadly, but what I'll stitch together is that to protect the intellectual property, it's a matter of partnership between public and private partnerships. You cannot, the kid on the street that I talked about, being the most incredible artist, if he starts to get some success, gets promotion, he's oftentimes doing this on his own, but he's reaching out to radio and TV networks, he's leveraging on the internet for social media following, and ultimately there's apart from the most basic ways of monetizing that work, either selling that individual painting he made or getting up on stage and performing like a Burna Boy, he's missing out. The industry and that individual are missing out on a whole range of the value, and it's around intellectual property, that Munya was speaking about. So the keys to what we're trying to do within that space is around what Munya spoken about, is educating the industry. There's a lot of and it can be quite complex, across many aspects of it. So it's our responsibility is to educate the industry who we engage with, but we're very interested in engaging further with regulators and government to put in the right structures for protecting intellectual property, and keeping that value within the industry. I think one other thing I'll just add to it is that I think, oftentimes when we sit and engage, people outside the creative industry, we're looked as non-traditional. In fact, I think that's what the very panel is called here this evening or this afternoon. But I would imagine that almost everybody in the audience, after we finish the day and they take off their tie, are going to either listen to some music or watch a movie or even watch the news, right, which is still media and entertainment. So it's not so much that we're an industry that's on the side or not involved in the day-to-day. In fact, we're very much a part in everybody's day-to-day life. And as of now, some of the best and biggest that we have on the continent, because of our lack of support, so to speak, the value is being taken off to the West, right? So take Burna Boy, which I'm going to hope that many of you in the industry know or in the audience know about. Currently his intellectual property is being monetized primarily in the UK and the US, and that's where that value will stay. So for me, I look at it very simply. There are a few potential trajectories for our industry on the aggregate. One is that we maintain more or less like we are, and we'll all hopefully make some money, and our businesses will grow, and there'll be more and more artists out there, etc. And maybe it will fizzle, or maybe it will continue as it is. But with the right approach, and I have some ideas, Leslie, we've spoken about already, and we'll hopefully put some call to action to you guys, to the whole panel and to the public. Is that taking our functioning as an industry, if we put some of the right structures in place, put some of the right protections in place, engage government, we have truly a potential for the creative industry to contribute massively to the GDP and development of individual countries and the development of the continent.
Thank you very much. So I'm actually going to go back to you, because as I'm listening, there's a trend that's coming back to Frida. I wanted to ask a question around funding, and not just funding for visual arts, but funding for the other sectors, some represented on stage, some not represented on stage today, like the fashion industry, for example. We've got the gaming industry, film, etc., etc. But I guess the question would go to all of you, but I'll start with Frida. What role does data have to play? I know you touched on it, but I think there's a paucity of data about the industry, and that probably also impacts the actions that are made by policymakers, and on the other side, private sector investment. So to address some of the issues that are being brought on stage, what role does data actually have to play?
Data is critical, and we can't start without data. And listening to the other talks when they were talking about an investment plan and ideas being bankable, etc., there's no way you can build an investment plan and make an idea bankable without data. And unfortunately, we're all missing data from each of our industries. And so I think what we need to do, starting from the database, then we're able to move forward and actually create a strategy for all of us. Because what's happening with the creative industry, and I definitely know in visual arts, is that there's this language around funding and grants and support and sponsorship. There's never actually looking at it in terms of its profitability, in terms of its wealth generation. There's never that language around it. So when it comes time to our government cutting spending in something, they're like, oh, creative industry has to go. Why are we supporting culture? We need to put food on the table, because they don't see actually how economically beneficial it is. So we need that data to actually build that investment plan, so we can come back to everybody this time next year and say, hey guys, have a look at our investment plan and see where you can invest in the creative economy, what part of the ecosystem actually is a low-hanging fruit, and what others are long-term projects that you can invest in. And this is actually what returns you can get. So what we do at KISA is the first art investment fund, and it's the lowest hanging fruit, to be honest, visual arts is, because at the moment, and when I talk about some of the returns, people get scared. They're like, oh, I didn't know that. but I'll just take a couple of African artists. About 6, 7 years ago, you could buy a piece of Julie Moretu's work. Julie Moretu is an incredible Ethiopian-American artist. You could buy her work on the market in galleries for £6,000 to £7,000. Her auction record today is $6.3 million. That's a return over 7 years. There's no way you could get that in the market. There's no way you could even get that with the fintech projects in Africa that are now people are piling their money into. I'll take another artist, and this is a diaspora artist. Her name is Amy Sherrard. Amy Sherrard, 4 or 5 years ago, was selling for about $5,000. And it was very clear. And at the time, she had a personal story. She was going through some health issues, and she had to sell works. And everybody knew Amy Sherrard sells for that price. And then when there was a round to pick which artist to paint the Obamas, she was chosen. Unknown artist, based in New York, she was chosen to paint Michelle Obama. Amy Sherrard's auction record today is $4.3 million. That's in 5 years. And I could go on about the amount, the other visual artists I know that are selling for extraordinary prices. Now, I'm not saying all of them are going to get there, but these are the kind of returns that you can make. So we evangelize on actually the investability of African art, but we need to do that from the point of data. And as I talked about, we can't even go back and say, actually, Africa is not 1% of the global art market. It's actually more than that. We can't do that without data. And we can't put ourselves out there and even talk about growth rates, because we want to come back to you and say, actually, the potential growth rate is this much in 5, 10 years' time, unless we have that data. And that's the issue we have at the moment.
Thank you. And I think, oh, you want to add something? Yes.
Yeah, I wanted to first of all, reinforce what you just said. I think it's absolutely right. And once we can start having the data that supports the case, it'll be easier for the investment class, the public sector, policymakers to understand the opportunity. There's something else that I think is a huge factor when it comes to the cultural industries, right? And it's quite different from when you're talking about traditional infrastructure or building roads and bridges, and the likelihood that that road you build is so distinguished from every other road that people are going to flock to your country. They have to see the, you know, the new I-5 or whatever it is, the M6, right? You might build a bridge that's dope and it's so fly, you can put pictures, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, but it's rare that your bridge is going to be that hot. However, all around the world, you have countries that are leveraging their cultural patrimony, their media sector, the art sector, to tell the story of who they are so that the whole world wants to come and see. I'll give you a simple example. I built my career in the United States and on the continent. I used to live in LA. People from around the world would be like, yo, I'm coming to LA, I want to see you, I'm coming to bring my family, we're going to go see Hollywood. Okay, great. They come to spend maybe 2 weeks. Week 1, they're super hyped, so excited. Week 2, I talk to them. I'm like, yeah, so how's Hollywood? They're like, oh, yeah, it's pretty cool. Like, yeah, you know. I'm like, oh, you know, what was it like? You went like, yeah, I went, you know, it was. How did the kids find? Like, they were. I'm like, well, what happened? Well, you know, there were a lot of people sleeping outside. You know, it's not quite what it was not what you expected. Why? The perception of Hollywood is amazing. Yeah. The reality is quite different. Then I'll have the same people come see me in Accra. We are in Ghana. Yes, so we have a nice time. Come chop some kelewele. We have the good jollof. You know what I'm talking about. Come see us.
The good jollof.
The good jollof. We will leave it at that. But basically, we invite you to come and check us out. Sometimes they're nervous, like, oh, it's going to be hot. It's in Africa. Oh, my God, is it hot? They show up. What was it like? Oh my God, it was amazing. The food, the people, the culture. I was just like, Africa, oh my God. What am I getting at? I'll put it very simply. Perceived value. Yeah. In the United States, the perceived value is here. Then you come in and you see the gun violence, the poverty, the homelessness at levels that I've not seen anywhere in the world. And I'm an American citizen. I love the country.
Yes.
But I see the reality. The perceived value is here. But then you come in there, it's like this. That's what you really experience. Talk to a police officer, see what the experience is like. Then you come to an African country. You're going to show up and you're going to see the people of Zimbabwe or South Africa or Uganda, Ghana, Nigeria. And the perceived value is here, and then the reality is something different.
Yeah.
What is the gap? The gap is that we do not tell our stories adequately.
No.
Any of you who are investors understand that if you come in as a person presenting an investment and you cannot tell your story adequately, you won't get a deal done.
Simple.
How do we tell the story of Africa? And who is responsible for telling that story? Is it the people who embrace the power of our culture and find the ways to tell it at the highest levels on a par with anyone in the world? Or is it the dudes with the spreadsheets, with all due respect to the spreadsheets? At a certain point, you have to speak to the heart of a people. I watch a show on Netflix, I want to go to Turkey. I want to see me in Mumbai. You know, I'm going to Ohio, I just want to see what it's like. What is bringing you to Kigali? What is bringing you to Abidjan? It's what we're talking about here. And that is an externality of investing in this space that cannot be overstated. It makes everything else more valuable.
Thank you.
Very well said. Wow. Very well said. Thank you. And in fact, even before I continue, because of the passion, I know some of you are wondering why the Nigerian in the corner and the Ghanaian arguing about it. There's a cultural war going on the continent about whose jollof rice is better. So for those of you, you can meet them after the panel and try and gauge. So Derek, I'll actually come back to you because, you know, when we were also speaking about the investments that need to be made in the sector, and Frida alluded to the fact that there's data. And so I'm trying to see how do we marry data and technology. And that is the space that you actually engage in, because we can also have all this information, but how do we effectively use technology to commercialize the creative space and the culture and creative industries?
I think this is a wonderful question, and I'll be simple in how I answer it. You have to, if you don't measure something, you can't grow it, right? It's not real if it's not measured. So what we do is we look at the elements that build the infrastructure for the next generation media company. We call it a DAP model, D-A-P-P. There's 4 things: distribution, analytics, payments, and production. How do you get content to people? How do you understand what they do with it? How do you compensate the creators and the consumers of that content? And then how do you take that knowledge and create more at an affordable price, but at a high value that can be sold in multiple markets? Distribution, analytics, payments, and production. And what we realized as we were going through this is that the public, if you were actually to create an ecosystem that measures the nature of engagement, they will tell you things that you wouldn't imagine. I'll give you a very, very simple example. When we first started, the platform we built is called TBTM. It's literally like if Netflix had a baby with Instagram. TV quality content with the interactivity of social media. When we were first in the alpha test days, I mean, it's just a gritty website. And we were noticing this thing was happening. This artist was on there. There wasn't seeing a big, engagement. He didn't have a lot of fans, but the algorithm kept pinging us. Why? Oh, this kid is in Jamaica. And there's all these kids listening to him in Medellin, Colombia. And they tend to be young girls, 15 to 19 years old. I'm like, what is this data? Why are you telling me about this kid? You check out his Facebook page, no followers. You check out his Twitter, the boy is unknown. But the data is telling us, no, something's happening. Why? They watch the stuff. They typically look at the video, they look at 90% of it. They watch it all the way through. They'll share it with their friends. Of the friends that they click it through, you get like a 20% click-through rate. Of the ones who click through, those guys are also watching at least 75 to 80% of that particular video, and they're more likely to watch 2 to 3 in a row. So we're like, oh, this kid is unknown, but there's something about his content that gets people excited. 3 years later, he becomes the winner of X Factor UK. Dalton Harris became a global superstar. Our algorithm predicted it 3 years beforehand. That is what data can do for you, even in this sector. It can help us to understand the needs and the desires in the market, and then people like us who are in the space can channel resources to invest in those sectors where there's market demand.
Thank you very much.
And just to add to what Derek is saying, is what data does is building the investment plan, because I don't think people really understand what an ecosystem is. Because when we talk about ecosystem in the creative economy, they're like, oh, do you need just more studios to produce your work? What is this? You know, do we offer you more computers and designers to build your web? No, it's actually any ecosystem is meant to function like an economy, right? And this is why we need everybody to come to the party in terms of the creative economy, because that includes finance and not just investments, but actually fintech platforms itself. There's so much friction in investing in African creative economy. I know from an art point of level, I could spot an artist that I love on Instagram that's based in Abidjan. How the hell am I going to buy his work? How's the money going to get to him? And in fact, how's it even going to cross the border? There's a lot of talk about the FCTA, and it's brilliant. But have they thought about us as the creative economy? Some of our art sits at borders, and even when it gets to the borders, they slash the canvas because they don't understand its value. What is this? What have you got here? You know, so art is destroyed there. So we can't even trade in art easily across Africa. So how do we bridge all the parts of the ecosystem? How do we build that and get real finance involved? Anything from education, which is what Munia is trying to do. You're trying to do something incredible in terms of content creation, but also getting the narrative and the message out there. And of course, Trace has been doing it for years. But there's other parts of the ecosystem we need to think about, which is even legal, insurance.
Sure.
So education is important. Now we're lucky that the digital revolution has come on. You're obviously embracing it, and we need it, because the thing about the fact that we're living in the digital age is some of the inherent problems in investing in Africa, those bottlenecks, some of them disappear. And so we need to embrace that. I talk about the blockchain and people get scared, like, what do you mean the blockchain in visual arts? But why aren't we finding solutions and thinking, how can this actually help us? NFTs, nobody wants to know about it. But the truth is 95% of African artists are not represented by gallery because we don't have them, but they still need to trade in their art. How about they come onto NFT platforms and start trading so that they can actually make money and make a living? So we need to think in the holistic term rather than the small term with artists. And that goes across the board. How do we get corporates involved, you know, on a wider scale? There's so many parts of this ecosystem that need to be planned, structured, nurtured, and invested in.
Good, well done.
Yeah.
Dr. Munya, I have elevated you because there's no jollof rice to fight about. I want to just also bring the discussion back to, because we've touched on technology. Everybody has touched on technology. And with technology, and especially when you're in an industry that deals with, you know, in the creative industry, how then can we get industry to actually protect the space of players within the creative industry on digital platforms? Because I think as we also go digital, we've talked about, you know, making use of that space. There's also the challenge that comes with how do we protect? What do we need to do as the African continent, you know? I'll put my work out on YouTube, on Instagram, on wherever, and then somebody will look at it. And one day I'm looking at New York Fashion Week and some nice design that was done by some African is now being paraded, you know. So the digital space brings with it opportunities, but especially for the African continent, we have seen a loss of what we call heritage in a way because of, you know, what we call cultural appropriation, for lack of a better description. So what should we do within the digital space to, you know, to protect the rights, the creative rights of, you know, content that is emanating from Africa?
So to answer your question, it's the digital world is actually, it feels a bit like the wild, wild west sometimes, because I mean, as much as we're within it, I think we're also still trying to figure it out as we're building a plane and flying it at the same time. And I mean, I always keep preaching this, and I always preach, it just, for me, it goes back to education. And as Frida mentioned, it's not just the people you see on this panel. There's legal, for example. Legal, which now we talk to, people don't understand trademarking. People don't even understand what intellectual property really is. So now, how do we educate? And it's not the job of our creators, as I said also. We need to have this new layer of people that understand? How do we educate these people to make sure that they are fully enabled and empowered to protect our creators? Because now we can't leave it up to our creators any longer. And I like to use the analogy, we've got sheep but no shepherds. We need to start training shepherds in order to do this. I mean, to talk about trademarking and all the like, that is a job of legal. However, we have we've a lack of, and legal is also very broad. There's different types of, within the entertainment space, a lot of creatives go to just a normal legal person because they think legal is, whereas there are specific entertainment lawyers that need to address these issues, or not address. They need to act upon the requests of our creators. So again, as I said, for me, it leads back to education, education, education. We cannot escape education. If we do not, within the formal education sector, start introducing courses that actually you walk away with a certificate or a qualification that is recognized so that you can practice, then it's a lost cause. It really is. And our creators will continually, we will keep losing. We will keep having our things. I mean, it's painful when you see how the influence that Africa has on the world on a global scale, and yet the original creators are not seeing any of these returns. They are unable to reinvest back into their craft to improve. And as Frida mentioned, the things like NFTs, things that we just hear NFT, blockchain, we shut off immediately. These might be potential solutions. Through NFTs, the original creators will always see their royalties. But we hear certain things and we switch off and we run away. We need to stop doing that. We need to start really embracing technology. We need to start investing in solutions for Africans by Africans. And that, for me, is the only way for us to win.
Can I say something to that? I think that is 100% correct. And we were talking a little bit in the back about NFTs in this blockchain sector. And one of the things that I find common is that we will look at things that are being done in other parts of the world, particularly the West, and we will then say, oh, this is like the African blah, blah, blah. Okay? Not going to call anybody out because that's not necessarily a bad idea, but we have this tendency to say, oh, they built this, now this is the African this thing. And yet we have this massive markets, youngest demographic in the world, a world of creativity and innovation. Why would we not be making partnerships that look eastward, developing innovations that are indigenous and designed for global scale? And in this NFT blockchain sector, first of all, everybody, please raise your hand if you understand what an NFT is.
Non-fungible token.
And don't front. Thank you for your honesty. I see a few of you have been watching YouTube videos. The rest are being like straight up like, I don't know what y'all talking about. The simple way to think of it is we're looking at how do you record information in a blockchain, and how does that apply to visual information? People typically think of it as in, oh, we made a piece of art and it's on the blockchain, but that's not where the power is. The power is when we're talking about these rights, these trademarks, these ways of monetizing the content. There's huge opportunity there. And the reason it matters so much is I remember a time when people would be like, bro, have you checked out this new search engine? It's called Lycos. It's super hot. Then all of a sudden it was like, no, bro, you got to be down with Excite. No, now Yahoo came and wiped everybody. When you think of search engine now, is it Yahoo the first place you go? No, because the game was not won necessarily by the first people to step into the arena. It was won by the people who came and perfected the opportunity. This blockchain sector is so new, so fresh. Why couldn't the world leading marketplaces, innovations, infrastructures around blockchain, arts, rights and management, NFTs, be built out of Africa?
Yeah.
It's an opportunity that is sitting there.
Absolutely.
Because when somebody tells you, I'm a blockchain expert, oh, how long you been in the industry? 20 years? It doesn't exist.
No.
There's no expertise. There's speculation and interest and engagement. And we should be a part of that process to develop our own indigenous innovation.
Amen.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Mr. Onyemelukwe, I also want to bring back, because we've talked about copyright protection, but it also goes into the content that we create. Trace TV has done a lot to create a platform for African music to be seen by the world. But going beyond music, and I'm just asking a general question here, when it comes to industry, what are big players within the African continent, not just Trace TV, but we've got a lot of other players who are coming onto the continent, whether it's Spotify, whether it's Netflix. How are we making sure that we are creating a space for African content creators to be able to be elevated on these platforms? So that, because there's also a risk as everybody becomes interested in the continent, our content becomes subsidiary to the content that's coming from external sources. So how then do we also make sure that our content creators are being given the space to, elevate themselves beyond music? This is just general, beyond music. What do we need to do as a continent? Yeah.
Well, I mean, I think it does ultimately come back to a number of the things we talked about, but specifically to the value, to them being able to recoup the value, right? Because, as Derek just said, it's not the first players who always, win the game. And some of our great artists have been doing this, whether, again, I'll go back to the music industry and speak about Burna Boy. This is a good example to use because people know him. But he's been perfecting, the craft and has hit on a sound. He's, this is in the last few years that he's hit on a sound that starts to really, resonate. And you can't, many artists, can't continue investing in their craft for years and years without recouping the value that they've created. Right, so whether it's a visual artist, and we know how visual artists develop over the years, or audio, music artists, or film and movie creators, it's being able to actually, again, and I hate to be as vague as this, but have the structures within our industry, the engagement with regulation, with our in the countries that we work, so that the value can come back in, and then that way, artists and creators can really continue to build their craft and elevate themselves to that level. For Trace, I personally constantly get bombarded by artists asking, oh, I need you to promote my song, promote my video, promote whatever this is. And oftentimes I'm telling them, look, that's great. We're part of the ecosystem to promote you, but it's your job, or your management's job, or your label's job, whatever it is, or your publisher to help you, build your profile up to a certain point of view. But back to what I think a few of us have said here, as of now, that value is getting sucked out to the West, right? I mean, you talk about Spotify, and Spotify is a great business, and they're providing a platform for an immense number of talents, but that doesn't preclude, some of those similar types of initiatives on the continent. And I love what Derek just talked about. It makes absolute perfect sense. It's just going back to the narrative, because we're Africans doesn't mean we cannot develop, certain things right here on the ground. But anyway, back to your question, I think it's literally making sure that the industry is developing, and that provides the platform for artists and creators to get to the next level, so to speak.
Thank you.
I would just like to also add, so when it comes to content, is one of the things a lot of our creators are not adhering to are the importance of something called, for example, metadata. Metadata is, to put it in simple terms, this is just, in music, this is song information. So for those of you who subscribe to Spotify or Apple, there's often a button where you can see credits, song credits, to see who's done what. I can tell you that majority of African artists, when you go to credits, the only information you'll honestly see is the performing artist and the record label. You might, in some instances, see some of the songwriters and producers, but it's very rare. And what ends up happening when we don't adhere to these things, metadata also is included with music videos. When you submit a metadata, I mean, there's also there's different codes that are generated that give your content fingerprints so that it can be tracked, so that people can make sure that we can make sure that now when it comes to the royalties, because there are royalties that are given, that are distributed to creators for music videos, for songs, for the songwriter, the producer. Everyone is meant to be getting money. However, as we've shared, the money is not flowing properly. Metadata is even now to the point now on Spotify, sometimes you don't want to listen to a specific artist. You're in a mood. You're in an ambient mood. You're working out. Within metadata, you can even include certain things like the mood. You can actually say, so that now, when Spotify is playlisting, it'll pick up on the metadata to say, oh, this song is an ambient song, it should go in this playlist. Yep. Because a lot of discovery happens within playlists now. That's why everyone is chasing playlists, to have their songs within playlists. So it's very important. When it comes to outside of metadata, there's also something called the split sheet. The split sheet is basically just a formal document for when we have written a song. Leslie and I, we're in studio, we've created a song. She's the producer and I'm the songwriter. The split sheet is a document that needs to be filled out immediately so that now when it comes to the distribution of the royalties for the songwriters and producers, and we need to recognize that songwriters and producers, they earn royalties. However, a lot of the time in Africa, we think a producer, you just get, here's your 10,000, your once-off payment, and now your job is done. Whereas no, unless you explicitly give away your rights, you're meant to be getting royalties for your creation, for the song that you've produced, for the song you've written. And we also need to recognize that not all performing artists write their own songs or produce their own songs. There's a whole team, there's an ecosystem there. However, we're not adhering to this, and that's why the money's not flowing correctly. So when it comes to even the content and making sure that we get the correct placement and the like, because we're not doing metadata correctly, we're often missing out. Not only are we missing out on opportunities to get seen, but we're also missing out on the royalties, on the money that we should be earning. There's millions of uncollected royalties. As I'm speaking to you now, there's billions of uncollected royalties that is just literally floating because we don't know who the songwriter is. We don't know who the producer was. We don't know who was the engineer. We don't know who did mixing and mastering. We don't know. There's all these different layers, and we need to start recognizing that.
Yeah, we at Trace pay over, I wouldn't want to put an exact number on it, but over $5 million a year in artist rights for music video airplay, and we understand that 70% of that doesn't get to the actual creators. It's unfortunate.
Thank you. I believe this has been a very informative discussion, and I hope that it has actually changed your perception about the creative industry. As I've been listening to the panelists, and I know they gave the example of Burna Boy, and I was actually writing my notes, and I was like, if Burna Boy was standing here today, and maybe his interest in music started from a very young age, so he'd be education, he'd go to music school. And because he wants to manage his business, he'd probably go and get a commerce degree, at the university. There's his well-being. Even Michael Jackson had a doctor, for those of you who remember Michael Jackson. Financial advisors. There are people here who are in the finance industry. That superstar, when you see Beyonce, when you see Messi, when you see all these famous people, there's a whole financial industry that's built around a person that is in the creative industry. Technology. You develop the apps. Their music is on their apps. It's on YouTube. It's on Spotify. It's on Apple. Technology space. Defining things that are just about that person. When they're going to have a concert, the people we see here is just an iota of the support that goes into the back room. We talk about copyright. There's a whole team of lawyers that have to deal with the issues around how much are you paying him to get on stage? Where is it going to be aired? Where is it going to be broadcast? That is also another industry. How they dress. Who are they wearing? And whoever it is they're wearing, the designer might have gone to a visual artist to design the print on what he is wearing. And then for him to get to Dubai, there's a whole travel industry that was involved. So I think we need to start looking at the creative industry differently and say, this is one person investing in that one person can create employment for a whole other group of sectors that we're actually not paying attention to now. So I think that's where the value is in this industry, because it's interconnected, we consume it, we are living it, and I think we need to pay more attention to the sector. So I'd like to open the floor to comments, some questions to the panel. If there are any people who've got burning issues, I can't see very well, but I think there's a hand up somewhere. If you could get the microphone to the gentleman.
Hi, my name is Zaim. I'm a travel and tourism consultant in Dubai for the past 21 years. Since the word tourism is right back on your stage, I couldn't see that you guys have talked much about tourism, but everyone sitting on this panel has already, I would say, portrayed tourism from their own country point of view. Thank you very much. The question is that you, as a respective CEOs of your companies, how do you contribute in terms of the tourism in your own country? Because obviously there are two types of tourism. One is the tangible and one is the intangible. Tangible people, of course, they buy the stuff, your handicrafts of your countries, and they take it back home. And intangible is the one which are the memories. The memories which are touched really very well by Derek, that they perceive Africa really here, and the reality is here. I absolutely 200% agree with Derek, because I have been selling Africa for the past, I think, nearly 10 years. I'm selling the experience to the people, doing the migration experience from Serengeti to Masai Mara. Or you talk about the Vic Falls experience in Zimbabwe. I have spoken to the Deputy Prime Minister very recently, and I have told them that Zimbabwe is not only Vic Falls. There is a lot more to offer there. You are a land-bound country, and you have a lot to offer. And at the same time, ecotourism in Kenya. You talk about South Africa. So there are a lot more to offer in Africa. And I'm really became a right advocate for the African countries. And you rightly mentioned about the drain the brain. Drain the brain is happening in all over the world. Look at this, I'm from Pakistan and they have drained the brain, and I'm here, the biggest brain here. So the question is that how your company, like you're talking about the tech, you're talking about the music, and Freja, thank you very much for really, throwing light upon the art, because I'm an art lover as well. And I can see a lot of, things which I will be really would like to discuss with you. Thank you very much.
I can speak directly to that in one aspect. One of the products we created, we looked at the market and saw a lot of great shows coming out of Africa, but not a lot of formats that were born out of Africa and replicated around the world. Where were our X Factors and Idols, etc. And we created a format. We call it the Mike Africa. And it's part music competition and part travel show. So now you discover Nairobi, you discover Lagos, you discover Johannesburg through the eyes of a painter, or a rapper, or a singer, or a dancer, or a DJ. And what happens is people get caught up in the art, and it draws them into the culture. Correct. And in every episode, before we introduce you to the 3 artists that are representing Dakar, we're going to show you this is Senegal. This is it as a country. Then later we're going to talk to you about this is the youth culture in it. So every single episode of this African show format helps you discover African countries. It got so much engagement in the first year, because it's only been around for a year, that now all of a sudden we're being asked to do the Mike MENA, the Mike Asia, the Mike Americas, and we're taking it very, very systematically, but it showed us, it proved to us that, a show that was, independent, underground, an experiment, generated close to 1 billion media impressions in 1 year and 5 billboards in New York Times Square, just by showing African countries as they truly are. There's a huge opportunity in taking tourism and presenting it through artistry.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Yes?
Can I add to that? In terms of visual arts, I work a lot with institutions. By institutions, I mean museums on the ground, particularly in Ghana and in Zimbabwe. And we're working with them to actually bring the cultural tourism to light, because I think it's not there. Even within Zimbabwe, Zimbabweans don't know that there's actually a national museum that's funded by the government that has an incredible art collection. A lot of Ghanaians don't even know that there's actually an institution on the ground that supports emerging artists and actually supports them to the point where they become established. And even during the return, the year of the return, it's amazing that the visual arts was not included in that. It was just music, you know. And so we're trying to change that narrative, and not only working with people on the ground, but also in the diaspora. So I think you're going to see more and more of that over time. And I'm actually working on a project that will take exhibitions of African visual artists to Africa. Because what's happening now, we need to travel to Germany or the UK or the US to see our own visual artist exhibitions. That shouldn't be the case. We should actually be able to go to the museum in Ghana and in Zimbabwe and see our artists. And that's when cultural tourism will actually start to increase in terms of visual arts. So that's something that I'm working on actively with people on the ground. Thank you.
Can I, oh, sorry. And one last bit, with regards, sorry. I know when I spoke earlier, I did give the example of Ghana in December, how Ghana has become the destination when it comes to, it's a party, basically. In December, Ghana is a party and everyone wants to come through there. One of the biggest challenges that we experience on the continent when it comes to, we would love to see more of these. We would actually like to see more circuits when it comes to events, and so people can actually go around. However, there are many challenges. I mean, when it comes to travel in Africa, I mean, number one, I think even one of the richest men in Africa explained that one of his biggest expenses are due to visas, which makes, so visa is our ground transport. So it's not as easy in America where you can just hop on the subway and you can go from place to place and hop onto these things. There are many challenges that actually do restrict us because the potential is massive. There is one entity called ONGIA, where I think it's during the April and May, what they've done, there are a pool of different events in South Africa, in Reunion, in Uganda, where basically what they do is they know that they can't afford to get some of these big A-lister acts as individuals. So what they do is they have created this little circuit. In South Africa, there's Zafico. They also have the Baseline Music Festival. There's also in Reunion. I think in Uganda it's called Nyege Nyege goes down. In Swaziland, there's the bushfire. So what they do is they pool their resources in order just to bring down some acts during the months of April and May. And that's what kind of happened. So imagine that process was easier. People could just travel and people could, or we could provide that, because we've got our ambassadors. Our musicians are ambassadors. When Davido, like he did last week, sells out the O2 in the UK, that's him being our ambassador for the continent to show what we're made of, what we do. And it is appealing. So now people will be interested, let's go see him perform in Nigeria. Let's see who else is in Nigeria. Or there's a festival there. Let's go see. So those are the things also. We need to start also recognizing that there are certain barriers that also restrict us to do some of the things we would love to do on this continent.
Let's allow the audience member to ask his question, then we'll come back.
I do want to make an important point about that.
Co-founder of Africa India Economic Foundation, along with my partner, co-founder from Senegal, Mr. Pierre Goudiaby-Atepa. We have formed this foundation. And what we are now seeing, in Bombay, we are setting up a very big center where we are specifically dedicating Africa Heritage Center, a big hall, only to showcase the tourism, the culture, art and heritage, which will be held throughout the year. And this is, as per our estimation, it is a $5 trillion industry. And this is the future, which we want to expose it in Mumbai. The center will be very soon located in Mumbai, and we have got the support and all the things from the Africa Union in 2020. And this will be the biggest thing. And the panelists, whatever you are talking, is a great insight to the world. And the time you have in Mumbai, this will explode. This is not $1 billion, it is $1 trillion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Samuel, you wanted to say
Yeah,
something?
I just want to comment because you made a very important point about David O, and I've talked about Burna, and maybe we should talk about some artists that are not from Nigeria, but we'll come back to that later. But one thing I just want to communicate to potential investors or regulators or those of us in advocacy is that. And I alluded to this earlier when I talked about some of the challenges that we face as a cultural and creative industry are similar to those of African infrastructure, some of the the areas that have been discussed in the last 2 days. And however, oftentimes when it comes to the creative industries, investors become like little teenage girls, and they get excited and see David O and say, "Oh my God!" and sometimes the most and you talked about respect for spreadsheets, and sometimes the most seasoned practical investors and organizations will all of that will go out the window once the glamour hits, right? And it's understandable. So, celebrities it's an incredible phenomenon. Yesterday, Munya and I were walking outside around the convention, and Lewis Hamilton. Lewis Hamilton. So the F1 racer was out there, and the vibe is just incredible. The celebrities are the modern version of kings and queens, right? So you do get excited, but within the industry, there are many organizations. There are many organizations and coalitions driving. You can hear us speak intelligently about data and the need for data and building investable plans and asset grade investments. So we are please, within the industry, get excited, but get excited and keep that same vigor and demand for genuine returns and for data that makes practical sense, because we do deliver returns on the aggregate as a whole and within many individual companies and industries as well. So, get excited for the right aspects. Yes.
Thank you very much. Fortunately, we've run out of time, and because there's another session that needs to start, I believe. Before we actually say goodbye to our panelists, there's one gentleman that was not able to join us, Mr. Monde Twala, who's the Senior VP of ViacomCBS Networks in Africa. So we would like to play a video, a message from him. Mr. Controller at the back. DJ.
Hello, everybody. My name is Monde Twala, Senior Vice President and GM at Paramount Africa and BT International. Paramount Africa, previously ViacomCBS Africa, has been on the continent for over 16 years. We create original entertainment content that is relevant for both local and international audiences. Our company's brands strive to inspire excellence and cultural impact, and we offer the most comprehensive international broadcast portfolio on the African continent, reaching close to 100 million viewers across 43 countries in Africa. Currently, our networks business comprises of 10 TV channels, as well as multiple mobile and social media assets. Our core business interests include content distribution, content production, ad sales and spot sales, including 360 sponsorships, events, and consumer products. We remain the home to amazing content and storytelling brands such as MTV, MTV Base, Nickelodeon, Comedy Central, and BT Africa. Paramount Africa is positioned to achieve continued global growth and success. Our network's goal is to be the world's leading branded entertainment company across television. By capitalizing on our creative strength, our global reach, deepening our relationship with audiences and consumers, advertisers, distribution affiliates and partners, including talent and licensees, is something that's at the core and the heartbeat of our business. Africa is a key market for us. At Paramount, we're a global media business that is committed to launching and expanding our new platforms such as Pluto, including streaming powerhouse Paramount+. We're open for business and look forward to further engaging with you all. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Monday, I hope you were able to join us online. Thank you very much to the panelists. Thank you very much to the audience for your attention. And we look forward to having more discussions with you after this session. So thank you, have a good day, and goodbye.
Done? Yeah.
We can clap just a little bit louder. I think the creatives are inspired by your energy, so please do give them a big round of applause. Thank you ever so much for what I believe was a really, really interesting panel discussion. I think most of us have some creative at heart, so I think a lot of the content that would have been discussed today resonates quite a lot. And what becomes apparent to me quite quickly is the extent to which integration becomes that catalyst, if you like, for connecting the myriad of industries that have been represented on this platform over the last couple of days. Now, we leave a gap if we don't speak on integration in its entirety. So after lunch, we have a spotlight on Africa, which we are looking to really talk through some of the research that has been done on integrating the continent. So I would implore you, if you're an investor, if you're someone who's interested in that connection, that integration across the continent, to make sure that you're not inspired to go home or to go on with life after lunch, please do return, because I think this is what connects the dots that may be still kind of existing in your minds on how you actually and practically do business in Africa. With that note, please do go and enjoy your lunch, and I would request that you return in the room at 2 o'clock so we can start this second half, which is talking to integration on the continent. Thank you ever so much.
Effectivement, le département du développement économique, intégration, commerce, industrie et mines est chargé de préparer le rapport sur l'état d'intégration tel que recommandé par les chefs d'État et de gouvernement au sommet de coordination, le premier sommet de coordination qui a eu lieu en 2019 à Niamey. Et ce rapport essentiellement sert de document de base pour le sommet de coordination des chefs d'État. Donc ce rapport, en fait, c'est un rapport qui fait une évaluation holistique, complète du processus d'intégration au niveau continental. Ce rapport est développé en collaboration avec les communautés économiques régionales, les experts venant de l'Association des banques centrales africaines, des agences nationales de statistiques de l'ensemble des pays africains, ainsi que d'autres partenaires comme ACBF et AEM. Donc en fait, ce rapport, comme je disais tantôt, il recense l'ensemble des acquis au cours d'une certaine période pour donc servir de document de travail aux États membres, à la suite duquel donc les chefs d'État vont donner des recommandations précises sur ce qui en fait concerne le processus d'intégration au niveau continental. Et pour 2021, nous avions donc comme pour thème principal la libre circulation des personnes. C'était un thème qui avait été proposé par le feu président du Tchad pour accompagner donc en fait la mise en œuvre de la ZLECAf, qui était donc un module important, la libre circulation de personnes, pour voir où est-ce qu'on en était avec ce protocole de libre circulation de personnes dans le processus de mise en œuvre de la ZLECAf. Et donc, ce rapport a permis donc de faire ressortir un certain nombre d'acquis, ainsi que des défis auxquels donc les chefs d'État se sont tablés. Et c'est à partir de ces acquis que nous avons reçu des recommandations claires sur la suite et la marche, en fait, la suite à prendre pour pouvoir faire avancer ce dossier de la libre circulation des personnes. Oui, effectivement, le contexte de Covid a fait l'objet d'un examen approfondi dans ce rapport parce que il y avait d'abord, comme vous le savez, la structure de ce rapport, c'est qu'on fait d'abord une évaluation complète sur la base d'un indice qu'on appelle l'indice multidimensionnel de l'intégration africaine. C'est l'outil d'évaluation du processus d'intégration. Et donc, la première partie du rapport, on fait cette évaluation sur la base de cet outil. Et La deuxième partie, donc, il y a des thématiques. Le premier thème, comme je l'ai dit tantôt, c'était la libre circulation des personnes. Le deuxième thème, c'était le rôle que peut jouer l'intégration régionale dans post-conflit, dans le recouvrement, la relance économique des pays africains post-Covid. Et donc, cette évaluation, effectivement, a donné des outils, hein, des éléments clairs à faire sortir des défis auxquels les pays africains pourront être confrontés dans le processus de recouvrement, hein, de la relance économique post-Covid. Et nous avions effectivement découvert qu'il a été clairement indiqué dans l'analyse que l'intégration régionale pouvait servir de levier important, puissant pour la relance économique post-Covid. Oui, le processus d'intégration, en fait, il faut repartir au traité d'Abuja. Le traité d'Abuja a prévu un certain nombre d'étapes du processus d'intégration, parmi lesquelles, comme vous le savez, la quatrième étape, c'était la zone de libre-échange continentale et la ZLECAf. Et la ZLECAf, dans le traité d'Abuja, n'est pas définie comme étant, en fait, ça ne devrait pas arriver d'abord au niveau continental, c'était d'abord au niveau sous-régional, hein, au niveau des communautés économiques régionales, qui allaient se transformer en marché, comment on appelle, en marché commun. Puis après des marchés communs, on allait donc mutualiser, hein, fusionner tous les marchés communs qui allaient devenir donc un marché commun continental. Mais nous avons passé par la zone de libre-échange continentale, donc, qui était prévue dans le traité d'Abuja. Et les étapes, les leçons apprises à ce stade-ci, c'est que le processus avance, c'est vrai, nous avons beaucoup de défis. Je peux prendre juste l'exemple de l'un des objectifs, hein, du cadre du processus d'intégration, c'est la mise en œuvre des institutions financières panafricaines. Et ces institutions financières, il y a une décision, hein, qui, d'abord, ça relève de l'article 19 du traité de l'Union africaine, qui prévoit donc la mise en œuvre de ces institutions financières. Le problème, c'est que depuis 15 ans, hein, nous sommes toujours dans le processus de mise en œuvre de ces institutions financières. Nous avons le Fonds monétaire africain, nous avons la Banque centrale africaine, nous avons la Banque africaine d'investissement. Nous sommes toujours en train de travailler là-dessus. Pour le Fonds monétaire africain, nous avons déjà un nombre nous avons déjà signé le protocole de siège avec le Cameroun, qui devrait donc abriter le Fonds monétaire africain. Nous travaillons également avec le gouvernement, la Banque centrale du Nigeria, qui devrait abriter la Banque centrale africaine. Là, nous sommes en train de travailler avec l'Association des banques centrales pour s'entendre sur les critères de convergence macroéconomique, qui seront donc des outils pour la mise en œuvre de l'Institut monétaire africain, qui servira donc d'institution qui va mettre en place l'ensemble des protocoles, des traités de ce qui pourra donc être en fait la Banque centrale africaine. Et donc le processus d'intégration en cours, les acquis sont connus. Nous avons, comme je l'ai dit tantôt, la ZLECAf, qui est déjà un acquis assez important. Nous devrons donc passer de la ZLECAf, on doit commencer à réfléchir au marché commun. Hein, au marché commun. Mais pour cela, il faudrait d'abord que l'on puisse finaliser un certain nombre d'outils, hein, qui accompagnent la mise en œuvre de la zone de libre-échange continentale. Donc, pour parler du rôle des communautés économiques régionales, c'est comme vous l'avez dit, les communautés économiques régionales, depuis le traité d'Abuja, sont donc les building blocks, comme on appelle, du processus d'intégration. Et nous savons que parmi ces communautés économiques régionales, il y en a certaines qui sont beaucoup plus avancées, hein, dans la mise en œuvre des outils d'intégration. Et d'ailleurs, ça sert de modèle pour certaines communautés économiques régionales. L'avantage que nous avons avec ce rapport, c'est que c'est un rapport qui permet de comparer. En fait, il est basé sur 3 cadres principaux. Le premier cadre, c'est le traité d'Abuja. Le deuxième cadre, c'est l'agenda 63. Et le troisième cadre, ce sont des traités et protocoles spécifiques des différentes communautés économiques régionales. Donc l'analyse se fait sur la base de ces trois cadres-là. Donc en fait, les communautés économiques régionales, l'analyse ne permet pas, en fait l'objectif n'est pas de comparer les communautés économiques régionales entre elles, mais plutôt de les comparer par rapport aux objectifs tirés de ces trois cadres que je viens de mentionner. Alors donc, nous avons des communautés économiques régionales qui ont déjà atteint beaucoup d'acquis dans le domaine d'intégration et certains de ces acquis servent donc de modèle pour les autres communautés économiques régionales pour pouvoir s'inspirer et faire avancer leur agenda régional d'intégration. Donc, c'est important pour nous de travailler. De toute façon, on ne peut pas avoir l'intégration africaine sans les communautés économiques régionales. Donc, pour nous, ce sont des éléments clés du processus d'intégration. Voilà pourquoi ce sont des partenaires majeurs dans le processus de production du rapport sur l'état d'intégration.
Agenda 2063 is committed to ensuring economic transformation that leads to higher standards of living for Africans. Improved education standards driven by a skills revolution founded on science, technology and innovation. Unity in society where democracy and good governance prevail and the universal principles for human rights, justice and the rule of law are pursued. Modern agriculture that leads to food security, improved productivity and production. Development of a blue ocean economy for accelerated economic growth. Protection of our environment and natural resources and the growth of renewable energy sources. Building world-class infrastructure across the continent. Establishment of functional and capable institutions supported by transformative leadership. A peaceful Africa where security and stability is guaranteed and guided by a fully functional and operational African peace and security architecture, APSA. Promoting an African cultural renaissance embedded in the ideals of Pan-Africanism. Full gender equality in all spheres of life. African youth are engaged and empowered. Establishing Africa's own financial and monetary institutions that take full responsibility for financing Africa's development. Access to quality health services and proper nutrition for all citizens. An Africa that commands its place in global affairs, working with partners who will promote and support our economic development. Let us unite to build the Africa we want. Visit www.au.int to learn more about Agenda 2063.
Welcome to BADEA, the Arab Bank for Economic Development in Africa, commonly known as BADEA. This is a multilateral development financial institution established in 1974 and owned by 18 Arab countries members of the League of Arab States. BADEA aims at strengthening the Arab-African cooperation and partnership and contributing to drive development, transformation, and prosperity across 44 countries in Africa that are eligible for BADEA interventions. To execute its development mandate, BADEA operates multiple business windows including trade finance, private sector project finance, public sector project finance, capacity development and SMA support, trade and private sector development for growth and job creation. One of BADEA's 2030 strategy focusing areas: private sector financing. BADEA intervention in the private sector in Africa aims at provision of funding facilities to projects that promotes private sector-led economic growth, job creation, and transfer of knowledge and technology that are necessary for sustainable development of African economies. Trade finance. BADEA intervention in trade finance in Africa aims at supporting exports from Arab League member countries to eligible African countries, promotion of Arab Africa and Africa Arab, trade flows, supporting exports of African commodities, targeting both African and international markets and supporting financial integration across Africa. Over the years, BADEA has proven to be a trusted partner to Africa, as much as being an anchor of the Arab-African Partnership success story. BADEA's footprint is easily noticeable across the continental in all development sectors through its successful operations in private sector project finance and trade finance, as well as its successful projects in the public sector, covering infrastructure and agriculture areas. This is beside the technical assistance operations to enhance the Africans' capacities in various disciplines.
BADEA, more than 45 years in promoting Arab-African cooperation.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The session will now begin.
Very good afternoon, Excellencies, dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen. With all protocols observed, we are excited now to move into the bit that the more perhaps academic amongst us would be quite looking forward to, where we are looking to put the spotlight on Africa once again, but this time leveraging regional integration for the continent's development, for which some research has been conducted, and we'll be talking through some of the elements of that. So if you could please help me welcome to the stage Dr. Jean-Denis Gabikini, who is from the African Union Commission. Dr. Jean, please make your way to the stage. The energy levels with these claps are hurting my soul. Please welcome Dr. Jean. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Mucha. First of all, I would like to convey Commissioner's sincere regret for not making it to this event in person, and therefore conveying his best wishes for the successful event. Here is his message. Your Excellencies, Captain of Industry, distinguished members of the audience, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, every year in July, the African Union Media Coordination Summit approves the African Economic Integration Report, whose formal title is the African Multidimensional Regional Integration Index. It is after this approval that we launched the report. I am happy to deliver a short statement on the 2021 report on the status of integration in Africa. The treaty establishing the African Economic Community, Abuja Treaty, designates a regional economic community as building blocks of this continental program. The 8 regional economic communities recognized by the African Union are Arab Maghreb Union, the East African Community, the Economic Community of West African Countries, the Economic Community of Central African States, the Common Market for Eastern and Southern Africa, the Community of Sahel-Sahara States, Intergovernmental Authority on Development, and the Southern African Development Community. These are the 8 recognized regional economic community by the AU. The report that we are going to look at today and that we're going to launch also today presents progress we are making in implementing that Abuja Treaty. Going by timelines of the Abuja Treaty, we are supposed to have an African Custom Union by 2023 and the African Economic Community by 2028. So the question is, where do we currently stand on regional integration in Africa? I will begin by stating that our annual reporting is mainly to assess the status of implementation of the regional and continental economic integration agenda, assess the progress made so far, bring out challenges encountered, as well as provide guidance on how to move the African integration process forward. The 2021 African Integration Report is divided into 2 parts. The first part assesses the status of regional integration in Africa based on the African Multidimensional Regional Integration Index, and I will outline this shortly. The second part assesses the set of themes on regional integration in the continent as follows. The selected themes for the 2021 report are the free movement of persons to facilitate economic integration in Africa, the role of regional integration in African post-COVID-19 recovery, and the operationalization of the African Integration Fund. Those are the 3 main themes assessed in this report. The COVID-19 has slowed down the regional integration as a result of health, economic, and commercial disruptions. At the same time, accelerating African integrations is key to Africa rapidly recovering from the COVID-19 pandemic and now the war in Ukraine. There are several messages from this report. The key message is that there is still a lot of room for deepening Africa's economic integration as revealed by the indices. Achieving this requires 2 key steps. The first one is on this scaling up investments in infrastructure to effectively support intra-African trade. The second key step is for African economies to raise the rates of economic growth to create optimum conditions to generate decent jobs and reduce poverty. I am sure that the captains of industry in this audience can contribute in stimulating investment across Africa in order to enable us to take the 2 steps I have just highlighted. You have a large and growing market when you come to Africa. This is the African Continental Free Trade Area, AFCFTA, open to all 55 African member states, and 54 have signed the agreement establishing the CFTA, while 42 have ratified it. As Africa implements the CFTA agreements, there are already foundations for deeper integration at both the level of a custom union and common markets. The protocol on free movement of people, right of residence, and right of establishments adopted for signature in 2018, together with the single African air transport market, are good examples in this direction. Furthermore, the CFTA protocol under negotiation on competition policy, investment, intellectual properties, rights, and digital trade are also support instruments to deeper integration towards a custom union and even common market. With respect to the theme on post-COVID recovery, all I can say is that the Assembly of Heads of States and Government appointed His Excellency Matamala Cyril Ramaphosa as chair in the fight against COVID-19 pandemic. Under his leadership, Africa is implementing the continental strategy to fight the COVID-19. With respect to the theme on financial institutions, namely the African Central Bank to be hosted by Nigeria, the African Investment Bank to be hosted by Libya, the African Monetary Fund to be hosted by Cameroon, and the Pan-African Stock Exchange to be virtually platformed, our head of states and government appointed His Excellency Nana Akufo-Addo, President of the Republic of Ghana, as champion on the establishment of the African financial institutions. In the role, the champion will lead the advocacy in collaboration with head of states and government of the host countries of the institutions to accelerate signature and ratification of the legal instruments. The February 2022 Assembly of African Heads of States and Government adopted a roadmap on the establishment of these institutions, including adoption of macroeconomic convergence criteria, which are critical to recalibrations of the macroeconomic policies of member states through coordination and harmonization. Going back to the main focus of the African Integration Report, progress towards regional economic integration made by each regional economic community is highlighted in addition to the challenges and providing recommendations. I will not subject Your Excellencies and Captain of Industry with outline of emerging evidence in the matrix and graphs in the report showing how each regional economic community performed in 2021. All I can do is to outline the NDs as free movement of people, social integration, trade integration, financial integration, infrastructure integration, environmental integration, and the political and institutional integration. I highly commend the report for your perusal. When discussing this report with African policymakers and policy advisors, one pertinent question that has often come up is why there is marginal progress in regional economic integration across Africa as revealed by the indices. After deep reflection, my view is that the answer is best generated by undertaking a cost-benefits analysis of the state of regional integration in each regional economic community. For example, what are the costs and benefits of COMESA remaining as a free trade area up to now and not moving towards the custom union? The same question applies to all other regional economic communities as well. We shall address this question in the 2022 report. We hope we can have the answer for the 2022 Media Coordination Summit, which will be held in Lusaka, Zambia, this coming July. This will build on the readiness assessment of the journey towards the African Customs Union, which will be undertaken by African Union Commission. With these introductory remarks, I now will allow the MC to call the panel and also request you to read and use this report. I thank you all for your kind attention.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
If I could welcome onto stage, please, Professor Wanyama Masinde from the Center of Regional Integration, who will be moderating the next part of our discussion. So he'll be walking through key issues, themes in the 2021 African Integration Report with a panel that he will introduce, if that's all right.
Yes, thank you.
Yep.
Very much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Yes, welcome to this session, which will culminate in the launch of the African Integration Report for 2021. From the Commissioner's statement, a lot has been addressed on the regional integration process on the continent and why it is important for Africa. From independence, the continent has focused on integration. We have 55 borders. If you have to look for visas, if you have to do business across, every border is a barrier to your movement or to the movement of goods. And what the continent needs is to integrate, because integrating helps the continent to break these borders, which are walls to the movement that bar the movement or stall or delay the movement of people, goods, and services across the continent. And it is important that we integrate, and it's never been more important than now. From COVID-19, we all saw how difficult it was for the continent. The logistics supply chains collapsed. We couldn't get goods from Europe, the Americas, or Asia, and the best savior to us was our neighbor. And it taught us that we do need to integrate more. And the integration going on the continent, or that we have worked on the continent, is not for its own sake. We are working on the African Continental Free Trade Area now, whose implementation started on 1st of January last year. And we are creating one continental market. Market for who? For what? Integration is not for its own sake. We must therefore produce for this market. And after producing for the market, we must be able to move these goods to reach the market. So it's important that we do this. And through the African Integration Report that is produced each year, we are able to measure progress. Progress at the continental level, as well as in the 8 regional communities that make up the African Union. And these 8 regional economic communities are the building blocks of the African economic community. And maybe many of us have heard about regional economic communities, or RECs, but we don't know what they are. And we have the Arab Maghreb Union in the north. We have the Community of Sahel-Saharan States, CENSAD, from the north coming down south and to the west. We have the Common Market for Eastern and Southern Africa, COMESA, across the continent. We have the East African Community in the east. We have the Economic Community of Central African States, the Economic Community of West African States, IGAD, the Intergovernmental Authority on Development in the Horn, and we have the Southern African Development Community in the south. And so it is important that we are able to track progress, because many times we talk about integration. We're integrating without tangible evidence to track progress, to look at successes, as well as the challenges that we need to address. So monitoring and tracking of the regional integration process is important, because in doing these, we're able to engage with the regional economic communities to see how they're working together with the African Union Commission, as well as with the member states, to be able to break down barriers and advance continental integration. And so it is absolutely important for us. And then since we do this every year, we're able to measure whether we are really advancing, because we really must progress. And looking at the discussion from yesterday to today, we've had many issues, many challenges raised. And the gender balanced, the very gender balanced panel that we'll have now will help us to know what is being done, because many questions have been raised by those of us in business and in civil society across the continent. And we have a panel that includes those that are supposed to address those challenges, and therefore we want to hear from them. We're going to hear from them what is being done and what are the solutions, and you'll have an opportunity to ask your questions so that they can share this, what is going on the continent, to be able to address these challenges. And to help us now, I'll introduce the panel. And the panel is made up of Ms. Chileshe Mpundu Kapwepwe, Her Excellency Ms. Kapwepwe, who is the Secretary General of COMESA, the Common Market for Eastern and Southern Africa. You are welcome, Your Excellency. Ms. Kapwepwe has been the Secretary General of COMESA since 1918. She has worked in the private sector for more than 30 years. She has also worked at the International Monetary Fund. She has been Managing Director of the National Airports Corporation of Zambia, and she has also worked in politics, serving as a Deputy Minister for Finance in government. And so we'll be able to hear from her, speak not just on behalf of the COMESA, but on behalf of the other regional communities, as well as the African Union. You're welcome. And let's welcome her. Thank you very much. Thank you. And the other panelist is Paulo Gomez. He's a business leader, an active environmentalist, and a key actor on the political scene in Guinea-Bissau. He is the co-chair of Afro Champions. He has worked with the World Bank, and he works also with the Southeast Asia Africa Chamber of Commerce. Name it, when it comes to business on the continent, we had a mention of Sky, the airline in West Africa, and he has also served there. And so he will share his experience, not just as a business leader, but as a partner with the African Union in delivering on the aspirations of the continent as far as creating a good business environment is concerned. You're welcome, Paulo. And next, we have Ruth Negash, the CEO of the COMESA, the Federation of COMESA Women in Business. You've had her raise some issues here before when it comes that focus on women in business. And it's important as we integrate the continent that we realize that most of Africa's business is informal, and most of the business players in that sector are women and youth, and we need to include them, to involve them, to bring them along so that they can be part and parcel of the African integration process, not just as consumers, but as decision makers as well. You're welcome, Ms. Negash. And we have Chukwu Monye. Chukwu Kamonye is from Nigeria. He works in consulting, and he's worked across the continent. He's a well-known social innovator and change management expert. He has run a consulting firm, CIUC Consulting, and he will share experience from not just doing business in Nigeria, but doing business across the continent, and the key challenges he faced during the COVID period and what he thinks the possible solutions are. So, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Regional integration is about connectivity. Connectivity to have goods move, connectivity to have people move, connectivity to have ideas move. What does this mean to you, and what does it mean for the continent? I begin with you, Paulo.
Well, thank you. I think you mentioned earlier the importance of having the report every year, and I think this has been the work of the African Union and other institutions to have the report to create awareness about regional integration. But then once the report is done, the big challenge is always about how do you implement the key recommendation after you have mapped out the problems with the regional integration. And I think this, well, the issue has been the key problem on that is that the regional integration has been essentially driven by regional institutions who have done their best. But the private sector has to take over and help implement some of the key recommendations. So in the implementation, you need also to make sure that the mindset it's cleared and adequate to understand why we need to move into regional integration. I needed to have this to set the stage, because I think at the end of the day, and the discussion yesterday has shown clearly that it doesn't make sense for our countries to continue to be fragmented. A mistake has been made in Berlin conference. Our founding father didn't want to create troubles among the countries, and have decided that we will not challenge the border from the colonial period. But it's a major mistake, because it's a major impediment of our development. Too fragmented. We are the biggest number of landlocked countries is in Africa. Which lead me to the question about connectivities. Where should we start? Is it mobility in terms of making sure that we have roads? Is it railways? Is it airlines? And then this morning I mentioned about ASCAI and the importance of having African airlines instead of each country going to have its own airline. We are not out of the woods. African countries continue to believe that they have to have their own airlines. So I haven't given up to African to understand that we need maybe 3 or 4 big airlines. But at that, I think that leaders in many of our countries continue to push to have their own airline. Maybe where we could make a difference is on connectivities related to shipping, because 95% of the trades happen over the sea. So if we manage to move in terms of creating conditions for shipping company, even of 3 or 4 among African countries to hop up the countries, I think this will be a major element of connectivity. That doesn't mean that the issue of connectivity people, I think you mentioned in the report, the issue of visa and other things. But I strongly believe that if we make progress in terms of connectivity that help move goods, if we move goods, then I think on people it will come. Despite the politics, it's always complicated to move from West Africa to Central Africa and East Africa. And I don't see change happening. We talk about it every day, every summit. Every country say they will do it, but it doesn't move. So to sum up, I think that we can move very quickly in connectivity in terms of shipping, because shipping will touch goods. And if goods move, I think food and other items will be important to encourage people. And it will give a sense of success, because I think this is something that we could show. And then people will probably piggyback on that to make the other progress on connectivity.
Yes, thank you very much, Paulo. And it's important that you have addressed this across the board. And the issue of we talk, but we don't do, is recurring and it's been on and on. And I will come back to you to tell us then, what can we do? What should be done? And it's also important for us to look at how states behave. When something is in their own interest, they will certainly take action. And so how can we make it attractive? How can we make our programs, our projects are attractive to member states so that we move from rhetoric to action. But before that, let me go to Ms. Negash. What does connectivity mean to women, the women in business within COMESA? What is going on the ground?
Thank you very much for this opportunity. For women in COMESA, but in general for women in business in Africa, the connectivity has been there. It's there, no matter whether we create the infrastructure or not. They follow the supply chain because they have to feed families, and they're responsible for the community economy and also the national economy. So it's about survival for them, so the connectivity is there. What has changed now is that they've become users of technology, so they all have smartphones, most of them, and in the countries where there is pure communication, whether it be remote area, they have solar phones, solar communication ways to do their business. In the past, it used to be take the donkeys, take the whatever exists, if not walk for kilometers to connect to the supply chain or to deliver the products that they have. But now it's become where there is a phone, then there's going to be a connectivity. So that leads into the delivery of their goods. The delivery of their goods, they're using whatever means it takes for them to connect with the next village, the next city, whatever it is that they are going to supply. So realistically, we've been connected. We just need now to upgrade our connection. That's where we're going. And they're demanding, because whenever there is a demand for their goods, they're demanding the infrastructure, they're demanding the telephone communication, they're demanding internet and data. And there comes a point where there is an option where you wonder, should I use data or should I use the few funds that they have? I'm speaking of the micro, the small businesses. Should I use the small little investment I have for my business for data or my business? And it comes sometimes into that challenge. So I think making it available, making it easy, and using the youth to really apply their innovations, because African challenges can only be solved by the local African, for the local solutions. So when the local solutions come, how much are we paying attention to them, to invest in them, because they might be the cheapest way and the best way to serve the challenges that they're facing. So women come with a lot of solutions. One thing I can share with you, when I started working with this, with the COMESA institution, I come from a mining company in Eritrea. So in the mining company, it's mostly men-led. Then I come to COMESA, women in business, it's all women. I asked my mother, how do I work with women now? It's all been men in my previous job. She said, women are easy. All you have to do is listen to them. They know their challenges and they know their solutions. So for us as policymakers, as leaders, if we listen, our people know their problems and they know the solutions to their problems. Where are we in meeting our policies and regulations to respond to what they're asking? Are we listening and are we incorporating? Because if we do, the ownership is there. Implementation is easy. Less things are required to get the job done. So
thank you very much, Ruth. The report looks at the resilience of women in the border regions. And Ruth has just said that connectivity for them, sometimes they have to break borders, they have to break barriers, they have to squeeze through even the smallest of openings, whether there are border posts, whether there's infrastructure for the informal traders, for the women in the border areas. It's a matter of life and death. It's a matter of survival, not just for them, but for their families. And you can see that even over the high season of COVID, when we had many restrictions, when we had these stringent requirements for testing at border areas, and where we have these women, some who can hardly survive, and so saving for those tests, which sometimes will be done far away, was a big challenge. But business still took place. So when we closed or made it difficult for them to grow through the formal channels, they used informal channels. And the problem is that this exposed them to dangers, to extortionists, to criminals. And so it's important that we make it possible for the informal traders to trade so that we don't expose them to dangers by pushing them to use dangerous routes across the border so that they can do their business. And this report focuses on that. So you raise an important issue. And for you, Chuku, how has it been to do business over the COVID period? And what do you think governments, regional communities can do to make it even easier?
Okay, thank you very much. I think I would say something to give some context so that my response will, will make some sense. I'm a very passionate African. And like many of us here, many times when you've achieved relative success in your home country, you want to expand because you're now thinking Pan-African, right? So I had similar experience. And I said, okay, I've set up this consulting business. It's doing well. Therefore, let's expand it. Going to Ghana was not too difficult. I identified some partners. Then I said, okay, let me make my way to East Africa. That was also very interesting. But that's when I started to experience more barriers. Okay. Now, what is interesting though is there were points of, will I say, convenience in the connectivity. If we're having conversations about entertainment, about music, okay, we like you Nigerians. But when it comes to other things like commercial discussions, let us have another conversation. Let's look at you twice. I'll cite one example before I give my remark. I was invited to Addis to speak at an event, and I had an e-visa. The visa had been emailed to me. And my Nigerian friends told me they had boarded using their e-visa from Nigeria. And I was in an East African country. And the airline told me I couldn't board. Why? Because they must see the visa in my passport, not on my phone. There was nothing I could do. I missed my flight, and I didn't have the opportunity to attend the conference. So here I am, very passionate, very excited, really wanting to do everything to ensure that this platform that I've built is Pan-African, but yet you experience some of these lapses. And I'm citing this example because I'm a service provider. It's different from goods. I think we've made some improvement when it comes to, passage of goods. It can be better, but it appears that there's more difficulty when it comes to, services, when people come in. The same thing with trying to establish franchises and things like that. A lot of complexity. Now, let me now take a step back, just to share the sentiments that were shared earlier. Every session yesterday ended up with, we know the solutions, but the implementation is the problem. So why is implementation a problem? Right? I like the agenda that we've set forth here in African Union. And I asked the question, and I said, who is the midwife of a lot of the implementation programs? And it doesn't have to be the AU. Ideally, it should be the AU, with solid legislation around it, ideally. But if it's not the case, who is now responsible for it? So that we're not constantly having this conversation about implementation. We don't want a situation where this time next year we're having another sit down and we're talking about why are we not implementing. AU needs to be stronger. AU needs to be empowered to be able to enforce a lot of these things. But in the event that you don't have that empowerment, is there a neutral body, perhaps constituting the member states, that is empowered with that capacity to enforce? Because that's clearly something that is missing. Because every conference we sit down here and we come up with, we walk away with action items, recommendations, and things like that. But what happens thereafter? Who owns it? Who owns the implementation? We've already identified that the member states will all have their own interests. Everybody wants to do their own thing. If that's the case, why do we think that one member state will take responsibility to coordinate the implementation of everybody else? It's not going to happen unless there's a deliberate mechanism, organization, something set up to sort of midwife that process. There are other things that we can also look at beyond setting up that mechanism. You know, something like capacity building, definitely. You can't have more than, you can't have too much of that. You know, so I'll probably stop here, you know, because all that is going through my head right now is how do we move from just continuous complaining and talking about this to, you know, to addressing what will make implementation occur. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chukwu. And you mentioned the challenges moving across the continent that faced you because of different rules being applied. And when we look at regional integration, it's not just bringing states together, but it's also building a common regulatory framework, harmonizing our rules, which is important, harmonizing our standards or mutual recognition of standards. We have to construct a common regulatory framework so that we're able to understand one another. And so what are we doing in this area? And if you look at the African Integration Report, we look at free movement of persons, free movement of goods, that is trade integration, financial integration, monetary integration, integration of infrastructure, integration of political issues and institutions, social integration also. And then a new emerging area, the environment. We saw Cyclone Idai in Mozambique affecting the neighborhood. But that all these issues have commonalities, and how are we addressing them? And you have raised a number of questions. And that's why I now come to Madam SG here. What are our regional communities doing about this? Or what are they going to do about this? What are our governments doing? What is the African Union doing? Please.
Yeah, thank you very much. And I welcome the opportunity to be part of this discussion, because when we talk about an integrated, prosperous, inclusive Africa that has developed economies with sustainable development, we come to the regional economic communities because they are recognized building blocks to achieving that, that overall objective. But having said that, and listening to the discussions over the last 2 days, it would be easy to almost throw up your hands and say, there's so much that needs to be done. Are we going to be able to do it? So I'll fall back onto a very wise African proverb, as they always are, which says, how does one eat an elephant? And it says, one piece at a time. So we need to focus on how we're going to do this. What do we need to put in place? How do we sequence those things? And that's where the regional economic blocks come in, because we have that mandate to call together, for example, for COMESA 21 different states, and sit down and harmonize. So connectivity is about harmonization. If you want to move goods from one part of the region to another, and then you have different requirements, even just for your insurance for your vehicle, for example. In COMESA, we have what we call the yellow card, which means you can insure in one country and drive right across the region using that one card. Now, these are practical issues that we have realized that if we're going to facilitate trade, we need to be very practical and start rolling out some of these instruments. For example, on arrangements for bond as well, goods in transit, we're working with Afro-Exim Bank now because we have a system which, again, you can, instead of having a bond arrangement in each country when your goods are moving across, you can just use that one bond which will take you across the region. So this, because COMESA evolved from a PTA, from a preferential trade area, we have a very strong focus on trade. And trade is about private sector. At the end of the day, they're the people who are going to do the trading. We are there to support the harmonization so that regulations are talking to each other, so that you can have seamless goods or movement of goods and people. But at the same time, for COMESA, what we have done is we have drilled down into the marketplace by having institutions that are operating in the marketplace. For example, Ruth is heading our Confederation of Women in Business. She's telling you stories that are very practical, right? She talks to the people. I'm sitting in the secretariat, but I've got an institution that can drill down. So whether we're talking about women in business or we're talking about looking at African trade insurance, which is risk managing. Somebody's want to come and trade in Africa, but what is the risk, climate like? Where do I go in this country? What would be the risks for me? You go and talk to ATI, which is a commercial institution, and they'll be able, because they've been in the business, they've been assessing risk, they'll be able to support you to do that. So whether it's risk, whether it's women in business, whether we're regulating competition and amalgamation and consumer protection in COMESA Competition Commission. So whether in regulation or the court, which is dealing with dispute resolution, or whether we're in very specific sectors like leather and leather products, which is based in Ethiopia, for example, it's a commercial institution, center of excellence to support building capacity in the leather sector in the region. So I think that approach for us has meant that the connectivity we're talking about is not only just horizontal, but it also drills down. And I think that's a very good model to support trade facilitation. But having said that, yes, the challenges are there, but I think if we drill down and we come with real practical solutions that can help the trader at the end of the day, or the investor to say, I can navigate this, because they go to our regional investment agency, for example, which works with all the investment promotions in our member states. They have commonalities, they can share ideas, we don't have to reinvent the wheel. So I think there is a lot that has been done, but there's still challenges ahead. But I think that with the realization and with the advent of digital connectivity, which will leapfrog a lot of the issues that we had before, I think we can move as long as we're sequencing, we're very practical in our approach, and at the end of the day, we want to be able to let the investor or the trader or the business person have a seamless experience when he's trying to work his way through the many countries and opportunities that we have in Africa.
Thank you, SG. And I will come back to you just now. We have recorded successes in many of the regional communities over the past year. And if you look at ECOWAS and EAC, they have done quite well in the movement, free movement of persons. And ECOWAS has done quite well when it comes to financing regional integration, because regional integration needs financing, and ECOWAS has gone ahead and ensured that the self-financing, that resources are raised within to fund the integration process, and therefore they're able to fund their own priorities, they're able to focus on their own priorities, as opposed to maybe receiving funds from elsewhere, where the funds then get tied to specific priorities, which may not be the priorities of ECOWAS. If you go to IGAD in the Horn of Africa, IGAD has built enormous capacity when it comes to peace and security issues. Looking at SADC and the Arab Maghreb Union, you will see a lot of work when it comes to infrastructure. And then you look at the economic community of Central African states, ECAS, from a drier part of the continent, and you see the focus on environmental issues there. But let's now come back to COMESA. And the Secretary General here has highlighted the work of COMESA in trade facilitation. And COMESA has excelled here. Africa Trade Insurance, PTA Insurance Company, the Trade Development Bank, a regional payment and settlement system, the COMESA Yellow Card, which enables me as a Kenyan East African to be able to travel across the region knowing that I do not need new insurance across the border for my car. So COMESA has excelled in this, and how can the rest of the regional economic communities learn from COMESA to be able to facilitate trade in these? And we're looking at the implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area. We need these institutions in place. We need the framework in place. We need goods to move. We need to facilitate the movement of those goods. And the other issue that has been raised over the past 2 days is replication, that everyone wants the institution so that we can talk about our institution which you have. Is there a way in which the other regional communities, instead of reinventing the wheel, can build on COMESA institutions? Because some of the COMESA institutions have gone beyond COMESA. Can they become continental institutions? Can other regional communities benefit from them instead of starting their own? Madam Esti.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think it goes without saying that where something works well, then instead of reinventing the wheel, it should be replicated. For example, some of the issues that I've referred to, like the yellow card, is not only used in COMESA. It's gone beyond COMESA because it's been found to be useful, practical. So I think instead of trying to start off again from the drawing board, there's a lot that the Continental Free Trade Area, I think, can borrow from one of the, which is REC, which is recognized by the AU, and just escalate this to a continental level. For example, apart from when we look at, say, small-scale informal trade that we talked about, we have introduced a simplified trade regime, which is an instrument which helps the small-scale trader to quickly process his goods and cross from one border to the other. That works very well in the COMESA region. I don't see why that shouldn't be replicated across Africa. So there are a lot of practical issues that I think, because we were a trade-focused institution, we have been in this business for a very long time, more than 30 years. So it's only natural that that progression should then, in fact, if it's something that is required, if something that's useful to a trader or a business person, I'm telling you, it will work. It will be welcomed, and that's why we've seen that with the yellow card. We've seen that with the services, for example, of ATI, which is beyond the region. We've seen ZEPRI with the reinsurance, which again is even our leather and leather products institution, which is a center of excellence. It's got members that are not COMESA member states, but they've joined because they've seen that they can benefit from that. So I think this is a way in which you can fast track some of the issues we're talking about. How do we resolve? Because if they worked already, then I think that it's only natural that you borrow on that and then build.
Thank you, Madam. Paulo, from the business side, you see what governments, regional organizations are doing, and you have partnered with the African Union Commission that, yes, we integrate, we create markets, but not for their own sake, not for integration's own sake, but for business, and business is carried out by the private sector, not by governments. It's for you. How do you see the work of COMESA, and where do you think you can partner with regional communities, with governments to facilitate trade? You have worked across the continent. You were in Rwanda as well, doing some work, as well as other parts of the continent. What specific areas do you see the private sector partnering with government and regional communities when it comes to policy to make businesses do better? And listening to what's been raised here over the past 2 days, this is not done, this is not done. How can you, as business, make this happen, working with government and regional communities?
Yes. Yeah, I think Mr. earlier was talking about the context, and we have to see also what's the context now we are experiencing in Africa. I mean, remember, you mentioned West Africa was very proactive, very dynamic in terms of dealing with the issue of movement of people, even in terms of financial institution. We have a common investment bank based in Lomé that is not in very good shape, but at some point was kind of proactive. But I think, again, just to give an example of the context, Nigeria was leading the charge in West Africa for quite a while. And then suddenly, in the last few years, they have retracted themselves. And you feel it in the context of the regional body in terms of lack of proactivity. And also, the political and conflict resolution has taken the space. And then there's no, basically, any very dynamic discussion in terms of economic issues. So that aspect, I think, should be plugged back into your report. The real instability and others have really taken us back in terms of the progress. But you mentioned about a relationship with the African Union. I think what we have done, Afro-Champion, is that, you remember there always been some criticism from the private sector about the AU. People say, oh, you know, headache. You don't even want to be close to the AU or even close to the regional body because too much bureaucracy. We have taken a much more, different approach. We say they are what they are. They will continue to be bureaucratic because when you have 50-something countries with flags and people, egos and others, it's complicated. We say, let's just identify precisely what you're thinking about digging deep. Is it something that we can take and work together? And in the COVID, actually, there was a good example on how private sector is engaged with the AU and the CDC to help solve the issue of the COVID. I'm part of also of the COVID special fund of the AU, where many of us in the private sector just jumped in without any requirement, not any business-driven incentive to work with the AU about raising money. And we have raised, I think, close to $100 and something million during this COVID period and address some of the issues on PPEs and the need for money for medical personnel. So I think it's a software we can use, and the software is to say, let the AU lead and then implement from the back office. Let's provide the ideas on that. So AU sometime after doing a policy analysis paper, the issue is how do you move from that policy analysis paper for a feasibility study? So we as the private sector will do the feasibility study. So don't worry, don't go to the World Bank or the IMF, I'm a former World Bank, by the way, to ask for the money for the feasibility study because it's going to take 6 months for you just to disburse 300,000 for a very good idea of building a toll road between Kigali to, I don't know, Goma or another place. But if you go to that classical approach, you know, doing the paper, MOU with whichever donors, and then grant that to 6 months, implementation doesn't happen. So I think that's an experience what we will recommend of the private sector in many of these institutions, like the COMESA or ECOWAS. Find the money, or discuss the solution, find the money to finance the solution without going to the classical internal discussion or the donors. That's why people are frustrated about the result, is that things have been mapped out quite well in terms of policies, map out something well sometime in terms of action plan, but when it comes to implementation, you know, let the private sector in the region help you design the feasibility, put the transaction together, and then de-risk it by having the AU being part of the de-risking entity in the process.
Thank you very much. And it's good to stress the point that you raised once again, that partnership is key, partnership between the private sector and governments and regional communities and the African Union Commission. Yes, we can raise the problems, we can talk about the challenges, but it's high time we partnered. And where we see there's a lack of capacity or lack of understanding, we can sit at a round table and be able to engage and see where we can support. And let me now move to something else. But still, Ruth, you represent a business association, and that's what Paulo does. That it's also important that we in business can work together as business associations. When we come together, we have a stronger voice, and we're able to harmonize our ideas and engage with our regional institutions. And the theme of the report for 2021 is free movement of persons, which is important for the continent. If you look at the ratifications of the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement, we have 40+ ratifications. But the agreement on the African Continental Free Trade Area, as well as the one on free movement on the continent, were both launched in Kigali same time. But ratification of the protocol, the agreement on free movement, not 5 yet. What is the problem? Why are our borders created to let goods through but to keep people out? Why are our borders managed through policing? That, of course, the issue of security is important, and sometimes we want to securitize borders. But what can we do to move from border policing to border management so that borders facilitate movement of both goods and people and are not there to keep people out? Mm-hmm. What is your experience, and what do you think we can do, Ruth, as well as Chukwu?
Okay, thank you very much. We are on point when we say, when we talk about cross borders, if you can't have people cross, goods don't walk by themselves. So the whole point is you really have to make it conducive for the people. And I think that's what COMESA as an implementation institution provides the platform. For example, we have ministerial meetings where ministers come together, have a platform to discuss with each other how to implement the harmonized policies. So as we do this, to me, the two critical things that come for women and youth is visa and the access to visa so they can enter and exit freely. Mind you, we're not just looking for entrance visa, we're also looking for exit visa from their own countries. So there is some requirements. In order to do business, you gotta have a letter from the other country who's trying to take your supply. That requirement is another obstacle barrier that the country itself put on its citizens so they don't do the trade. The second one is this availability of tariffs. So I can tell you now the good story, because we know all the challenges, but I want to tell the actual good stories taking place in our member states. Now I have 21 member states and 21 chapters in each state. As women conversate to do this trade activity, we are under cooperating ministries of COMESA, which are Ministry of Trade, Industry, and what has happened the last 2 years because of COVID is that the PS on the ministries got involved with our chapters. Now they're saying, oh, when COVID came and locked us down, we need supplies from X country. If you can provide the top five commodities that I require for my country, I'm willing to give you visa on arrival, and I'm also willing to give you the tariff, no tariff, or duty-free imports to my country. That encouraged the women and the business to bring in their products to that country. And two, the visa on arrival is really working because we give them a list, because now there's a chapter and a chapter, there's a ministry and a ministry communicating to each other, there is trust. Because we do need the peace and security, and that is the biggest thing, and the safety, of course. So as traders go from one side to the other side, specifically speaking of young people and women, to them safety is number one. Security and peace follows. After that comes profits. So when they think profits, if they're gonna go take their product and they know they're gonna make a certain amount of profit, if the security is not there, they're gonna pay for security. If the safety is not there, they're going to go to a better hotel or better accommodation and pay more. Then that kind of minimizes their profit. Therefore, this is the kind of things that they're looking for. So what COMESA has provided is the platform for the policymakers to speak, and the platform, the grassroots level, to be trained in a capacity. So we have business incubators for African women entrepreneurs called a BADEA program. That program really spells out, and as we do our capacity building, we're also sensitizing and informing our women about our policies. So then they know what their rights are, the e-certification, what's the requirement, standardization, what's the requirement. Then we start speaking about standards of each country, because they do vary. But in COMESA, we also have standards where they all agreed on. So then we sensitize them. Your country standards are this, COMESA standards are this. So now we start harmonizing. So all these requirements and things allows for them to be encouraged to produce more, but also the backward planning. What does the end user need? Now, can I supply the end user? Who is in between me and the end user? What kind of requirements are needed? And that is what really COMESA is working on. And honestly, with this whole thing, we're speaking of COVID, and my brother was speaking earlier about looking for the donors. But what Africa has happened is they're moving away from donors and going for investors. So we need partnerships. I will speak specifically of my country, Eritrea. When COVID lockdown happened, the diaspora Eritreans fundraised from their own pockets $13 million to help with COVID in Eritrea. Then they were able to, the government was able to purchase and also utilize those funds accordingly, because now there's no requirements, it came from the people. So this kind of movement is happening in other areas where donors are specifically requiring, this is my money and this is what I want you to use it for. But our women are moving from that and say, no, my business requires this, and which donors fund that? Now they moved out of that and they say, which investors are willing to be partners with me? They even go to the bank and they tell them, we need loan, but we need low interest loan. We don't want credits. We need this to exercise. So the business mind is for them, they feel proud to get the kind of resources, but also looking for partnership, not for donors. So that movement is completely now changing the way people are structuring their businesses, but also the national development plans are now aligning women and youth into their economic plan so that the national programs accommodate these activities. Therefore, we're having, and we've been having a lot of conversations in these last 2 days, all the sessions I keep hearing, we got enough resources in Africa. What is missing? Management. Why is the management missing? It's there, but are we communicating? Are we really making it inclusive? Now, for women businesses, they're not included in the planning stages, mind you. They're only included at the end. But if you're at the end, it's already been done. Planning stages is where it needs to be inclusive. So women know what they want, youth know what they want, they're included in the planning stages, then they become part of the implementation, because there's ownership, because they had a voice in the planning stages. So that's what needs to change a bit. Even the investors start coming, they need to look into the grassroots and say, what are the needs they have? They might have what you're bringing already. So then what are the gaps, and where can I put myself as an investor? What am I investing for? So production might not be a problem. Capacity is there. We've been taking so many capacity building workshops. I can tell you our people are overcapacitated with all this knowledge in their head. But then the donors come and they say, but we don't provide equipment. So then why did you capacitate them about value addition? Why did you capacitate them about exporting? What are they going to export if they can't add value? So then you train them, this machine does this and produces this amazing result. Then you're not willing to give them an equipment. So then maybe the investors, the real investors, will come and say, I'll provide you the equipment, but this is what I'm looking for, the standard I'm looking for, the branding I'm looking for. Then that becomes part of the conversation. Then they're willing to engage, and they're not losing hope, because they're constantly coming up with different ways of doing things. So if you tell them no, they will find alternative ways. They're not going to go sit at home. They're going to invent new things. So as we go through, we need investors that are partners, investors that are willing to come and look what the ground is, and investors that are willing to be long-term partnerships, so that they're not just thinking of that business, but of the national economy as a whole, but also as a continent as a whole, because that gives the quantity and quality we're looking for to really be partners in this whole ecosystem.
Thank you for moving us from border policing to border management into sensitization of business people, mainly women, and also dealing with the issue of partnership. Partnership is key, whether it is business people with investors, prospective investors, or whether it's business people with governments, with regional communities. And regional integration and our regional communities bring to us as business people or residents of the region many opportunities, but sometimes we are not aware of those opportunities. And even now with the African Continental Free Trade Area, do we know what right that grants to us? So the issue of sensitization is important, and we're glad that you're sensitizing the women. There's a story told of one African country that achieved independence in 1980. In 1981, someone was found in the bush, and when he was asked what he was doing, he said he was fighting for independence. You see, he had no idea that the country had achieved independence a year before. And maybe many of us don't know what our regional communities, what rights and opportunities they bring to us. And even with the African Continental Free Trade Area that creates a huge market, we forget that this market is for us to utilize, and if we do not utilize it, then what is it for? We need to produce for it, and so we need to highlight and inform our people on these opportunities. And so thank you very much. And before I go we go to the audience so that we can hear from them as well, because regional integration is for them and for yourselves from the private sectors in front here and those there. Chukwu, how can we make integration people-centered? And Ruth just mentioned the issue of capacity, and capacity is an area that you are in. How do we drive people-centered integration? Because people are at the center of it all.
Thank you very much. So let me talk about capacity from two perspectives. Let me talk from an operational perspective, and then I'll talk about from leadership. Operational, I'll just use an example about visas. Again, I got an East African visa to go to a few East African countries. And when I presented it to the country that originated it, it was fine. When I went to country B, because they were not the originator of the visa, they did not accept it. Yeah? So from that experience, one takeaway was perhaps what they're all looking for is the revenue generated from the visa process. And because you did not buy it from my own country, next time you need to purchase it from my country so that your own movement will be easier. This was a live experience only a few months ago.
Thank you for raising that, and thank you for utilizing this platform. I think there's a challenge there, and the SDA has heard you as well as those of us here representing the regional communities. And if it's a regional visa, and within the
then
ESC,
it's a regional visa.
There's mutual, there's recognition amongst our member states. So that is an issue maybe we need also to engage with beyond here to see.
Yeah, but the reason why I brought it up is because we're talking about capacity.
Yes.
Is it a function of maybe knowledge, or is it just a revenue, a commercial trigger?
Yes.
Or are people just being mischievous? I don't know. But at that level, at an operational level, people need to be empowered, educated, and given, the right empowerment, enablement, to be able to do their work efficiently as operators at that level.
Yes, thank you very much for that, because when we talk about sensitization, it's not just on the other side, not just the business people out there, but of course those working in government and within our regional communities also need to be made aware that rules have changed,
right.
that we are now in a common regulatory framework, a common regulatory environment, and we need to do things this way. So thank you very much for raising that. And before I come for one last round from the team so that we can hear
Sorry,
from
I was going to tell you the second thing.
Yes, yes.
It was just capacity. I talked about leadership as well.
Oh, yes, go.
Just quickly.
Yes, please, go ahead.
Yeah, so on the leadership front, I think it's probably more important than even the operational one. And just like my brother said here, the reality is that AU is only as effective as the member states. If the member states are effective, then the body will be effective. And so I think that many times we shy away from having conversations about the quality of leaders in the member states because there's a strong correlation. What you explained about ECOWAS is the same thing. The moment a state is driving something and it withdraws, you will see an effect in, the integration efforts. So that said, it is important that all of us here as stakeholders recognize that as long as we are not involved in conversations of the quality of the leadership of the different member states, then we will continue to experience some of these challenges. It is critical that once there's quality at the top of the member states, you will begin to see quality cascade all the way down to the things that we're doing. Thank you.
An important issue that you raise and which has also been covered in the 2021 report, and the conversation continues into the 2022 report. And this is the issue of governance.
Correct.
One, that implementation is by member states. And so even when we're talking about implementation is not the African Union, it's not COMESA, it's the member states that need to implement. And so they need to appreciate and see that these issues are useful to them so they can go ahead and implement them. But we also talk about the great leaders that have transformed our countries, our regions. And so the report looks at governance also, how, not just at the national level, but how our regional communities governed as well. There's reform going on at the African Union, and we have also reform going on in the regional communities. For example, ECAS has just transformed from a general secretariat to a commission so that it can more effectively drive the regional integration agenda. So the issue of governance is important, and not just at the national level, but at the regional level, and this is a conversation we continue to have. How effective are we in driving the integration agenda? Are our institutions fit for purpose? And if they're not, how can we move? Because regional integration is very dynamic. The institutions need to move with the times even. The Organization of African Unity was transformed to the AU with the intention of making it more fit for purpose and more effective for the current age. And so what you raise is important. And I am sure that those of us in the audience also have some issues to contribute to this conversation. Let's come to you in the audience. I hope that we have microphones in the audience. Yes, I can see 2 hands at the back and one to the right. I will begin with you to my left. Come to you, and then I will come to you, madam. Yes, please, take the floor.
Hi. Thank you very much. My name is Zaim. I'm from Redberry Company.
Do you have a microphone?
Okay. Yes, yeah. Yes. Since you have very importantly raised the question of visa, and I'm really surprised you being African, you are sharing this experience of East African countries. And the same issue I have been, because I am from travel and tourism industry, and I have been sending clients to African countries, and we have been, in fact, facing a lot of issues with regards to this one. So my question comes that, yes, you have mentioned the problem, but you haven't shared the solution of this one. For example, when I was holding the US visa, I was allowed to enter in Albania. When I was holding the visa of Schengen country, I was allowed to enter in the east of European countries who doesn't fall under Schengen. So what's the solution? Even though on Sunday it has been discussed already with the Zimbabwean president also. Recently, Botswana president visit to Dubai Expo also has been discussed with them. But you, since you are sitting in the panel discussion right now and you have a voice where you can, approach to the appropriate authorities. So what is the solution of this problem? Because we are having, I will name the country, of course, from Botswana, because Botswana, they claim that they are giving the best game drive or the game safari. I have a lot of clients from different parts of the world. And, Dubai is an expat community city where we have 88% community is from another nationality. So what's the solution you can share with me so maybe I can have this? Thank you.
Thank you. Did you mention your name? Maybe mention your name and where you are from.
Zaim. I'm from Pakistan, but living in Dubai for the past 20 years. I'm a travel and tourism consultant.
Thank you very much. And you have taken us ahead to what Madam SG here was to conclude with. What is the role of continental and regional institutions as well as government in driving integration and in solving these challenges? And this, maybe you can start by Pat responding to that, and then we'll come to you later for the conclusion.
Thank you very much for that very pertinent question. I think when I talked about harmonization, it is also referred to harmonizing the objectives and intentions. For example, the Africa Continental Free Trade Area has been ratified by over more than 40 countries at the political level. This has to be cascaded down all the way to the technical, because technical is still holding on to my country, while the political has moved ahead and saying, look, we need to have a region that can trade together. So harmonization is also important in the sense that, for example, we talk about a meeting of trade ministers who think, for example, in COMESA, we say, look, since we can't open up completely on the visas, we could start with business persons' visas. So we start gradual opening up, which makes more sense than me waking up and say, anybody can go to any country in the COMESA region. So we focus it on business persons. So I think that's one of the ways of moving forward. But in doing that, that information should be harmonized in the country, because as you said, they're the ones who implement these decisions. That should be well communicated in the country. And dealing with different countries, you find that in countries, for example, where they have a portfolio dedicated to regional integration issues, they have a better understanding of what needs to be done. Mm-hmm. And there are some countries that don't have a dedicated regional portfolio. So you're depending on the harmonization to happen between the different portfolios. So the approach is also important. And I think these are some of the things that should be pushed forward and brought out to say, maybe if we're going to look at matters regional, you need to have a dedicated portfolio for this, so that they're talking to all the elements that are being addressed in the regional space. Otherwise, you'll have fragmentation, and then you'll have your Minister of Home Affairs is not looking at you and say, why do you want to open up? He's got his security concerns, whereas the trade one wants to open up. So these are some of the harmonization. When we talk about harmonization, that also refers to implementation. Bottom line is, are the member states domesticating these decisions that you make at regional level? So have a regional regulation, which is not embedded or translated into the local. Then you'll have that disunity or disharmony. So harmonization goes beyond that. So sometimes when we work, we actually go to the lawmakers, which is the parliamentarians, and what is the Continental Free Trade Area? What does it mean for us? Why do I need to sign on? So that we talk to them through it so that they can better appreciate what needs to be done. But the practical element for you, as I said, is, for example, for COMESA, we've decided let's focus on visas for business persons, or maybe tourism, so that can be fast-tracked, as opposed to generally opening up for the whole region. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam, for talking about the practicalities. Because one, regional integration is a complex process involving multiple institutions at the national level. It's not just movement of goods. The Ministry of Security, of Foreign Affairs, they're all involved. It's a complex process, and it's negotiations. And this is a challenge that regional communities and governments face. Because what the business person there would like, what Paulo here would like, what Ruth there and Chuku would like, is they're practical, they want to move. They don't want to hear about negotiations at this stage and ratification at this stage. And this is a challenge, and this is the push and pull governments on this side following these other procedures, and regional communities urging governments to move, and the business people just eager to move. And sometimes governments running to catch up because businesses are ahead with, governments are trying to catch up. And this is a process and a conversation that the SG has said needs to continue beyond here with states. Thank you very much, SG. And there was a hand up at the back, and I hope that we will also get a government official maybe to say something about what they're maybe doing in their country. Yes, go ahead. Yeah. And then I will go to Madame, is that Emma? Then I will come to you.
Yes. Thank you very much. My name is Dixon Pologi from Commercial Business Council. I just want to follow up the discussion with the SG on the issue of the visa. Yeah, I think I agree that in terms of, I think it's good to prioritize to see which is where you can focus on. That is the issue of the business visa. But one way on how we can maybe step by step trying to reduce the issue of the visa is, first of all, look at the revenue coming from the visa. No, the money comes from the visa, not as revenue. I think we just come up with what you call the cost of administering the processing of visa. If we start with that, so from there now, gradually, then now maybe the next stage is now to see how do we now remove this cost of processing of visa. In that way, because at the moment, almost each and every country, they're looking at the money generated from the visa or from the visa as a revenue. And the moment is that issue of the revenue aspect. Of course, when you talk about eliminating the issue of visa, then the question comes in, where are we going to get the money to fill the gap? So the first stage is making sure that let that money be like the only to cater for the cost of administering the visa itself. Then the next stage now is how do we eliminate now the payment of visa? Then from there we remove the visa completely. So for me, if you go that way, at least step by step, we'll be able now to see the best of reducing the issue of the visa, specifically for the business person. I think the other issue I wanted to bring out is the issue of the institution of COMESA. I think for COMESA is a little bit different from the other RECs because I've worked with the other RECs like ESC. For COMESA, private sector body is also an institution of COMESA. So in that way, so for example, if there are issues maybe to do with the private sector, there is a forum, a platform where they can be discussed, agreed upon, and presented to the policy organs. So to me, that is also sort of a plus for COMESA, which you don't get in the other regs. So that's why you find, I think, most of the issues on trade, they can move very fast, especially where there are sticky issues which need private sector to build consensus, because there already is a platform which is an institution of COMESA. So towards the end, we have a solution which you can be able to present to the policy organs. And that way, we are able to make progress. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dixon. It's important that our states realize that while you may look at waiving or doing away with visas as a loss of revenue, there are dividends that accrue from regional integration. If we have more business, it means we have a bigger tax base, and there are resources that come your way so that it's not just about visas. And looking at business people, the business people belong to business associations, and so they are well known. And maybe when we start with that, the well-known, the business people who belong to business associations, then the issue of security will be addressed. So let's begin from there. And so your proposals, Dixon, are very important and are well taken in. And I saw the SG nodding, and this is what should be taken up. And there was one hand there, Emma, and then I will come to you. Thank you. microphone.
Allow me to thank the panel for that well-elaborated discussion. My name is Emma Piri. I'm coming from the Republic of Zambia. I work for Cabinet Office Gender Division. So I have a few things to mention concerning the leveraging of the regional integration for the continent's sustainable development. Indeed, this is a very good and very timely initiative. However, I also took note of the conversation there from my sister coming from Malawi, representing business women. There are some challenges that business people normally face as they are doing their business. Of course, at the same time, I must thank the people behind the free movement of people at the center of continental integration. So when we are talking of continental integration or even just integration, there's a human face. And because of the human face, as a gender activist, I have some suggestions to make. In order for this initiative to move further, indeed, COMESA cannot implement alone. ECOWAS cannot implement, AU cannot implement, so meaning they have to work hand in hand with their respective member states. So even the member states, for instance, I'm coming from the government of the Republic of Zambia. Our office is not the implementing entity. The process is cascaded down with other stakeholders in order to push this agenda forward. So because of that, to get rid of a lot of challenges, there's more work for us to do, because it is the institutions actually that has a cardinal role to play to drive this agenda of integrating sustainable development in what we are doing. So having said that, indeed, some other points have already been mentioned. There's need for us to continue mainstreaming. Mainstreaming is a continuous process. And on top of mainstreaming, let us also work very hard for political will. Let our respective governments have a buy-in in what we are discussing. I'll give examples of a lot of other initiatives that we have, but slowly they are dying. Why? Because it's either the member state has not understood the initiative, which is very timely to help whether women, men, boys, and girls. So with this integration, if we can all team up as a region or as a continent to put our hands together, let us not work in silos. Even African Union, you need not to work in silos, but you need to work with respective institutions in order to push this agenda forward. So even the issue, like not long ago, some few days ago, I was happy to read that African Union, you actually launched 20 billion to cater for women and youths. So the issue of inclusiveness also should be factored in. Most of the times, these initiatives, we talk about the majority population, but leaving out the marginalized population. So because of this, you'd find that the initiative, the impact is not felt. So without leaving anyone behind as we are trying to get rid of the inequalities, it will be very good for us to include the marginalized population, especially the disabled people. So even as we are doing the planning, it should be planning way through the process, getting together with our marginalized population. Like that, will be assured of having a leverage, indeed, the regional integration for the continental sustainable development. I submit.
Thank you very much, Madam Firi, and it's good that we have someone from government talking about what needs to be done, and there's a lot of work that you need to do to integrate the continent, first beginning by sensitizing the implementing agencies within your country. We need to wrap up, so I will give you an opportunity to just make a point. Yes, it's good that when we talk about youth, we also give them an opportunity. A microphone for...
Yes, Ana Barbara, the Commissioner General of Cabo Verde. Allow me to congratulate the final and the moderator. It's just add a small point. Of course, we still have a lot of issues to overcome, a lot of matters. If you talk about the fiscal issue, if you talk about the visa, the borders, and there is a lot of issues still in terms of if you talk about the government side and the private side. We have a quality of a membership, leaders, and leadership. We still have a lot of in terms of the training, a part of education. But I think we need to think about the other solution. We need to engage more the civil society. We need, if you want this regional integration, we need to engage from each country, we need to engage more our civil society, our students, our business in terms of the Chamber of Commerce of all of our countries. This integration, we need to do it in those two ties, in the part of the member state, in the part of the government to government, in the part of the public side, and the private side. We need to engage the private sector. We need to engage the civil society more in talking about this issue. How is the solutions? How can you find the solution together? But this is the way, I think, and talk more about what is in terms of the country, 55 countries, yes, but do we know each other? Do you know what is, in terms of Kenya, South Africa, Cabo Verde, and, there is a lot of countries there that we need to know each other first. I'm not talking about other issue in terms of, internal issue. I'm just talking about the way we need to do it quickly. Of course, it's a process. All integration is a process. They have step by step. But we need to think with a different vision. Which Africa do we want? How to get there? The goals. Let us put our priority in terms of the aims, the goals, new image, yes. But the preparation should be done internally from each country. And then the level of the government, we should always communicate it. Because sometimes what is missing is the lack of the communications. How can you communicate internally? Do all of those countries, in terms of 55, they know what is going on in terms of the integration? A lot of them, they don't know about it. They never heard about it. This is the time to integrate them. The integration means cooperation, but means communication and information. Information is always a very good, of course, in terms of instrument, if you want to achieve goals. There is always, we need to be engaged. Women, men, civil society, politics. This is not a question of politics. It's a question of a culture, a woman, business side, and a human being an African. Proud to be an African, but we need also to look at not only our market, but Middle East, USA, and Asia, other markets, to learn their experience, to learn with them their knowledge, but also to use our own tools and to achieve our goals. Yes, we'll overcome. I'm very confident that we'll overcome all the issues. They are normal. They are part of process. And we'll take this and take it and for reality. Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that. And it's good that that has started across board within the regional communities where the civil society is at the table as well, with a number of the regional communities with civil society organizations at the continental. Through ECOSOC, we have civil society being engaged. Integration is for the people. We need people involved at every level. And what you raise is absolutely important. So as we conclude, maybe 30 seconds, what is your takeaway, Chuku?
Okay. It's been good conversation here. I think ultimately we need to always ensure that we leave this sort of, conferences and events with action items and things like that. But more importantly is the point I made earlier about exploring ways to ensure that there is a mechanism to enforce implementation. Like I've said, it can reside with the African Union, or it could be an independent body, but it's something we need to look at. Otherwise, we will continue to talk and talk without execution.
Thank you very much. Ruth, 2 seconds.
Oh, I can't speak in 2 seconds.
Yes.
In COMESA, we have data. And I will promise that what we need to work on in COMFIB is going to be database. We need to know who's where, what, because before we communicate, we need to know who, what, where. So the database we're creating with our women institutions are also connected with the member states. I agree with the civil society. They bring innovation, they bring ideas, but ideas cannot be eaten unless the private organizations and the public institutions are engaged. So all these would make sense if we know our data is organized and that it's shared so that we have common values and common deliberations.
Thank you very much, Madam SG. Please
Yes,
conclude.
thank you. I think for me, one of the takeaways is that advocacy is really important, and sensitization and communication of what we're doing, what's available, how that is supporting the business to become more seamless. And also for me to, we didn't touch on this very much, but to take advantage of technology in resolving a lot of the issues. I'm listening to your story about the payment for the visa, and I'm sure if that was digital, you would have been able to pay whoever wants to be paid without it being a physical barrier. So leveraging on technology to have some of these solutions. And that will also actually make our processes cheaper, because if you look at a visa today with all the watermarks and all your picture, I mean, that's expensive. Whereas if it's something that's generated and you show it on your phone, I'm sure that's 10 times cheaper than trying to get a physical visa. So a very practical use of technology, advocacy, and harmonization. For me, those are the takeaways.
Thank you very much. Let us work together, business, government, regional communities, the African Union, to create and attain the Africa that we want. Thank you very much. Let's clap for this panel and for yourselves. Yes, so we will move to the launch of the report, but before that, we have IOM, the International Organization for Migration, who have sent us a message, but because of time, we will not get into that. We will go to the launch of the report, and we will then go out to integrate the continent. Thank you very much. You're welcome.
Thank you, panelists. That's been most informative. We have appreciated your insights as always. I think a lot of very positive light has been shared on the continent. Please do let me know which countries you went to so I can think twice before I go there, before these visa issues are sorted. In the meanwhile, if I could please invite back onto stage Dr. Jean-Denis Kabikini for the official African Integration Report launch. Welcome, Dr. Jean. You are allowed to clap hands. I know it's late in the day. Let's kind of keep going. We're literally in the final stretch now.
Yeah, thank you, MC, Mrs. Mucha. So, Dr. Levy and Charles, just let's stand up and let's line up the media. So we just let me then, following this panel, on behalf of the chairperson of the commission, as well as Commissioner Michanga and our partners, the REX, I just declare officially this report launched. I thank you.
Thank you very much.
So we can
Thank
go.
you.
Yeah. So we can then go.
Yes,
Yeah.
sure. Thank you. Right, get my report down. Okay. So if I could ask Dr. Levy to stay on stage. Dr. Levy, I'll need you back on stage. If you could stay close before you come on to give the closing remarks. If the AV team, please, could play the video from AIEF, the Africa-India Economic Foundation, to close the official session before we hand over to you for final closing remarks. Thank you.
Africa-India Economic Foundation, a grand vision to initiate collaboration between Africa and India in harnessing knowledge in all its forms for the growth, development, and prosperity of Africa and India, especially through the private sector and vibrant MSMEs present in India. It also strengthens the bond based on common ideas, common ethnic beliefs, and to engage young generation in the world driven by social media. This would be the greatest collaboration for the future development of Africa, where the Indian experience and expertise in the field of utilization of natural resources, mining, industrial development, commerce, technology, know-how, IT and IT-enabled services, and healthcare can create great value, thereby benefiting the entire African continent. The genesis of AIEF started with techno-economic approach for Africa-India movement, Team 9, by the co-founders. The success of Team 9 gave birth to a larger vision, Africa-India Economic Foundation. The initiative of Africa-India Economic Foundation was welcomed and supported by the African Union in their AU Summit 2020 on the 6th and 7th of February 2020 at Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. Africa-India Economic Foundation, to be a platform for the private sector and MSMEs to promote knowledge, technology, industry, trade, commerce, and investments between Africa and India. Africa-India Economic Foundation has signed an MOU with USI SME at New York in the august presence of President of United Nations General Assembly, His Excellency Dr. Abdullah Shahid. In the sidelines of Dubai Expo 2020, we have also signed an MOU with Government of Maharashtra to bring cooperation and collaboration with the industries and MSME sector from the state of Maharashtra and Africa. Africa-India Economic Foundation proposes to develop an exclusive, state-of-the-art iconic building in India with one floor for each African country, with all amenities such as conference centers, auditoriums, convention halls, meeting rooms, and museums. The time has come for Africa-India to unite for transformative growth that strengthens not only industrial development, trade and commerce, but also exchange of ideas, which will include culture, education, holistic well-being, and sustainable planet. Welcome to the dawn of a new era in the history of Africa and India.
Thank you very much, sir. Please, if you would.
Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I just must have to say thank you for having invested your time and energy to join us as we have brought to you a forum that discussed the need to bond the public sector and the private sector. This two-day spotlight on Africa is the last in the series of the spotlights that were mapped out by the African Union to tell its story to the world. We came to the Expo 2020 Dubai to market Africa using two fronts. One is by mapping out the Spotlight series that ranged from creative industry, trade and investment, infrastructure, development, ICT, women empowerment, social development, including political issues and peace and security, agriculture, and everything that is contained in the Agenda 2063. And we have succeeded in that front, as this marks the last of the series of the spotlights on Africa. The second is the use of a pavilion that was created by the African Union to tell the African story, to tell the story from inception through rebirth and where we are going as Africa. We have continued to say that Africa is doing a lot, but the world doesn't know about what we are doing. So our pavilion tells the story from inception to where we are and where we are going. And we are inviting all of you to join us for a tour of the pavilion at the end of this session, for you to see what we have put in place and to see what Africa is. Throughout the Expo period, we have been able to showcase Africa as a united front, a people that is united in diversity but yet speak with one voice. This is not common. We have been able to de-emphasize a lot of negative things about Africa. It is not new to any of us that any book you open written about Africa, the basic thing you see is Africa is the headquarters of poverty. Africa is full of bad leaders. Africa is a continent of bad governance. Talk about instability, oh, that is Africa. Underdevelopment, oh, that is Africa. And we are wondering, how can a people be characterized by all these negative sentiments? Does it mean that right from 1957, when the first African country gained its independence, that Africa has not progressed? So it has been poverty all through from 1957 to date. No development, no effort in terms of good governance or providing security. These are some of the things we have tried to de-emphasize here. And in a nutshell, we can say that we have broken the African stereotypes. Our journey in this Expo has done Africa well. We have spoken to the world, and the world has listened to us. Throughout the session today, or starting from yesterday, we went through a series of all the things we agreed as Africans with respect to the aspirations that we have identified within the context of the Agenda 2063. We discussed on how we are going to improve on our infrastructure. We discussed on how we are going to connect Africa from Cape to Cairo, Cairo to Dakar, Dakar to Kinshasa, by road, by rail, and by air. We have talked about how we want to provide energy to the African people. A lot of countries are doing many things in terms of energy production. We have also talked about how we are providing education for our people, our young men and young women. how we are providing scholarship for these young people at the level of master's degree and PhD, and that is the Pan-African University process. We talked about the problems of not being able to trade amongst ourselves. And we informed you about the policies and frameworks that we have put in place to facilitate intra-African trade, that will boost our trade, enable us to trade amongst ourselves, and also be an enabler to welcome foreign investment. The African Continental Free Trade Area is one of the flagship projects that is going to bring a change in the African polity. All we ask is for patience as we navigate the process. Some of us shared sentiments about difficulties in moving from one country in Africa to another. It may be difficult now, but in the nearest future, we are going to get there. So a lot of things are being done, and we are very optimistic that we are going to succeed. We have talked about women empowerment. This is very important for us. We have also talked about how to involve the youth in everything we are doing. This is very important for us because we believe that Africa is a young continent. Of the 1.2 population of the African people, 60% represent those below the age of 25. So it means that what we are doing now, we are doing it for our children and those unborn. And that is why we must take seriously issues of Agenda 2063. In terms of agriculture, we have put in place a good framework that will help us to popularize agriculture and make it no more a business of the rural people, but something attractive to the youth. In terms of governance, I would like to inform you that Africa has done very well in promoting good governance, promoting democracy and the rule of law. With respect to peace and security, we have done very well also. Some people have said that you still hear guns rattling in Africa here and there. That may be true, based on record, that the number of conflicts we record today in Africa is very few as compared to what we had some decades back. So it means that we are doing very well and we continue to do very well. Going forward, we want to appeal to all of us, Africans, to begin to speak on things that elevate, things that motivate us, and not to join in speaking on things that diminish. Ladies and gentlemen, we may not continue to go deep into issues related to how our narrative has been changed, but we have a lot of work to do to correct the narrative. And that is why we have come to Expo, and we have done a very good job in that regard. And we expect that you are going to join us to see our pavilion. There we will be able to explain to you how we started, where we are, and where we are going. Having said that, I wish to thank all of you for having joined us in this whole process from the beginning to the end. I want to thank our host, the government of the United Arab Emirates, for inviting us in the first place. and haven't provided us all the support that we needed. We want to thank the components that have worked with them, the strong outfits that have worked with them to assist us. And I want to mention PICO organization. They have been very wonderful. The staff backstage, they have been very wonderful. I want to make mention of our quintessential moderator, Ms. Mucha. You have been great and wonderful. I want to make mention of the support we received specifically from a woman, the Minister for International Cooperation of the United Arab Emirates, Her Excellency, Ms. Reem Al-Hashimi. She has been wonderful. And she put up a very strong team championed by Omar Shehadi and supported by Hinda Lewis and Ahmed Metwali and Ragi Saro. These guys have been very wonderful. Within the team that supported the African cause as we came to the Expo, it may be difficult to mention all of them by name, but I will attempt to do that. Starting from our home front, we want to thank His Excellency, our chairperson, Dr. Musa Faki Mahamat, for giving us the opportunity to showcase Africa in this manner. I want to thank Ms. Leslie Richa, especially for her ingenuity in creating all this. I want to thank my Deputy Commissioner General, Charles Chiza, who has been wonderful and who has also hosted this CEO roundtable. He's wonderful. We have strong backing, championed by Clelia Kakunzi, Faith Janet, and many of them. And within the pavilion, we commanded a strong force, championed by Tarek Aridi. We are so, so grateful to all of you. And I want to say that personally, I am proudly an African. And all you Africans should be proud of being Africans. We have started well. We are going to get there. I thank you.
That's it. I think I should just dismiss them because it's going to be... Ladies and gentlemen, that is it. We're done for 2022's Africa CEO Roundtable Conference with the African Union. I would like to thank you all very much. It's been a pleasure moderating, emceeing this event. I look forward to hopefully seeing you at similar future events, and may you all continue to wave the African flags that you represent as proudly as I'm sure you do. Have a very good evening.